Shalom again, Israel. The presentation will be called The Law According to History, According to Time and Place. And we will review what we find in the scriptures dealing with the beginning to the end by law and by testimonies. What all Yahweh said from the beginning to the end dealing with the law. Our brother Yamin Israel will read Psalms 79 and 81 for us all. Then I'll come back and reintroduce the title of today's presentation, and we'll get started. You got the floor, brother.
Shalom, everyone. As my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalm 79, please. That is Psalms 7:9.
Oh,
Shalom, Israel. Give us a couple of seconds. I think we're having technical difficulties. Give us a couple of seconds, please.
Okay. Sorry about that, everyone. I had everyone on mute. I would like everyone to turn to Psalm 79, please. It's Psalm 79. I apologize. It reads, O Elohim, the heathen are come into thine inheritance. Thy holy temple have they defiled. They have laid Jerusalem on heaps. The dead bodies of thy servants have they given to be meat unto the fowls of the heaven. The flesh of thy saints unto the beasts of the earth. Their blood have they shed like water round about Jerusalem, and there was none to bury them. We are become a reproach to our neighbors, a scorn and derision to them that are round about us. How long, Yahweh, wilt thou be angry forever? Shall thy jealousy burn like fire? Pour out thy wrath upon the heathen that have not known thee, and upon the kingdoms that have not called upon thy name. For they have devoured Yaakov, and laid waste his dwelling place. O remember not against us former iniquities. Let thy tender mercy speedily prevent us, for we are brought very low. Help us, O Elohim of our salvation, for the glory of thy name, and deliver us and purge away our sins for thy name's sake. Wherefore should the heathen say, where is their Elohim? Let him be known among the heathen in our sight by the revenging of the blood of thy servants which is shed. Let the sign of the prisoners come before thee. According to the greatness of thy power, preserve thou those that are appointed to die. And render unto our neighbors sevenfold into their bosom their reproach, wherewith they have reproached thee, O Yahweh. So we, thy people, and sheep of thy pasture, will give thanks forever. We will shew forth thy praise to all generations. Hallelujah!
Hallelujah.
I would like, as my brother stated, for everyone to turn to Psalms 81, please. That is Psalms 8:1. It reads, sing aloud unto Elohim our strength. Make a joyful noise unto the Elohim of Yaakov. Take a psalm and bring hither the timbrel, the pleasant harp with the psaltery. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed, on our solemn feast day. For this was a statute for Israel, and a law of the Elohim of Yaakov. This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony, when he went out through the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not. I removed his shoulder from the burden. His hands were delivered from the pots. Thou calledest in trouble, and I delivered thee. I answered thee in the secret place of thunder. I proved thee at the waters of Meribah, Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will testify unto thee, O Israel, if thou wilt hearken unto me. There shall no strange deity be in thee, neither shalt thou worship any strange deity. I am Yahweh thy Elohim, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it. But my people would not hearken to my voice, and Israel would none of me. So I gave them up into their own heart's lusts, and they walked in their own counsels. Oh, that my people had hearkened unto me, and Israel had walked in my ways. I should soon have subdued their enemies, and turned my hand against their adversaries. The haters of Yahweh have submitted themselves unto him. The haters of Yahweh should have submitted themselves unto him, but their time should have endured forever. He should have fed them also with the finest of the wheat, and with honey out of the rock should I have satisfied thee. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Hallelujah. And shalom, Israel. Hallelujah. and Shalom, Israel. Again, today's presentation will be called The Law According to History, According to Time and Place. And we will just review the voice of Yahweh as we find it in our holy scriptures according to the law and according to the testimonies. Before we get started, I would like to give thanks and praise to the Creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is by saying Hallelujah. And we pray today that the words of our mouth and the meditation of our hearts be acceptable in His sight, our strength and our Redeemer. We will start the presentation off by a few words of warning found in the books of Wisdom and Lamentation, and then we'll jump straight into the presentation. At this time, Israel, please get yourself an holy scripture, a pen, and a piece of paper that you may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will give on the subject matter this day. And we will start off by us all turning our holy scriptures to the book of Wisdom, Proverbs, the 30th chapter. Proverbs, the 30th chapter. And it tells us in Proverbs, the 30th chapter, if we pick up at the 5th verse, the 5th and 6th verse of Proverbs 30 tells us, every word of Elohim is pure. He is a shield unto them that put their trust in Him. Add thy not into His words, lest He reprove thee, and thy be found a liar. It also tells us in this great proverb, if we pick up at the 11th verse, and it reads in Proverbs 30, verse 11, there is a generation that curses their father and does not bless their mother. The 12th verse reads, there is a generation that are pure in their own eyes, and yet is not washed from their filthiness. The 13th verse reads, there is a generation, oh, how lofty are their eyes, and their eyelids are lifted up. And the last verse that I will read, the 14th verse says, there is a generation whose teeth are as swords, and their jaw teeth as knives, to devour the poor from off the earth, and the needy from among men. It also tells us in the book of Wisdom, if we take a look in the book of Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter, Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter, and it tells us in this book of Wisdom, in the 3rd chapter of Ecclesiastes, if we pick up at the very first verse, and it reads, to the 15th verse, to the 22nd verse, and it reads, to everything there is a season and a time, to every purpose under the heaven, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to pluck up that which is planted, a time to kill, and a time to heal, a time to break down, and a time to build up. The fourth verse reads, a time to weep, and a time to laugh, a time to mourn, and a time to dance, a time to cast away stones, and a time to gather stones together, a time to embrace, and a time to refrain from embracing. The sixth verse reads, a time to get, and a time to lose, a time to keep, and a time to cast away, a time to rend, and a time to sow, a time to keep silence, and a time to speak, a time to love, and a time to hate. There is a time of war and a time of peace. The ninth verse reads, what profit have he that works in that wherein he labors? I have seen the travel which Elohim gives to the sons of men, to be exercised in it. He has made everything beautiful in his time. Also, he has set the world in their heart, so that no man can find out the work that Elohim makes from the beginning to the end. I know that there is no good in them, but for a man to rejoice and to do good in his life, and also that every man should eat and drink and enjoy the good of all his labor. It is, Israel, the gift of Elohim. I know that whatsoever Elohim does, it shall be forever. Nothing can be put to it, nor anything taken from it. And Yahweh does it that men should fear before him. That which has been is now, and that which is to be have already been. And Yahweh requires that which is past. I'm not going to read to the 22nd verse, but I'll stop at the 15th verse and pick up in the book of Lamentation. Let us all please turn our scriptures to the book of Lamentation. This will be the last book I will use to warn Israel to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. Lamentation, the 3rd chapter, please. And it tells us in the book of Lamentation, the 3rd chapter, if we all turn there, please. And let's pick up at the 21st verse, and we will read to the 37th verse. And it reads, and it reads in Lamentation, the 3rd chapter, the 21st verse, these great words. This I recall to my mind, therefore have I hope. It is of Yahweh's mercy that we are not consumed, because his compassions fail not. They are new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness. Yahweh is my portion, said my soul. Therefore will I hope in him. Yahweh is good, and to them that wait for him, to the soul that seek him. It is good that a man should both hope and wait, and quietly wait for the salvation of Yahweh. It is good for a man that he bear the yoke in his youth. He sitteth alone and keeps silent, because he hath borne it upon him. He put his mouth in the dust, if so be there may be hope. He gives his cheek to him that smites him. He is filled full with reproach. For the master will not cast off forever, but though he cause grief, yet will he have compassion, according to the multitude of his mercies. For he does not afflict willingly, nor grieve the children of men, to crush under his feet all the prisoners of the earth, to turn aside the right of a man before the face of the Most High, to subvert a man in his cause. The master approves not. Who is he that says, and it comes to pass, when Yahweh command it not? So we must take these words and heed and tremble at the voice of our Creator, for the Almighty have given wisdom, and through this wisdom the Almighty has warned the children of men that they are to fear him and to depart from evil. We will start this great presentation called The Law According to History. We will pick up in the book of Genesis. The 4th chapter is where we will start. Genesis, the 4th chapter. And it tells us in Genesis, the 4th chapter, if we start at the very first verse, and we will read to the 15th verse, and it reads, And Adam knew Eve, his wife, and she conceived. And note that Eve was Adam's wife before they conceived any children. Before they had sex, she was his wife. Thus it tells us, and Adam knew Eve, his wife, and she conceived, and bare Cain, and said, I have gotten a man from Yahweh. And she again bare his brother Abel, and Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in process of time, it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto Yahweh. And Abel, he also brought of the firstlings of his flock, and of the fat thereof. And Yahweh had respect unto Abel and to his offering. But unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance failed. And Yahweh said unto Cain, Why art thou wroth, and why is thy countenance fallen? If thou doest well, shall thy not be accepted, as we read in Lamentation, and as our brother read in the Psalms 79 and 81. It tells us, again in the 7th verse, if thou doest well, shall thy not be accepted? And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door, and into thee shall be his desire, sin, and thou shalt rule over him. And Cain talked with Abel, his brother, and it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Abel, his brother, and slew him. And Yahweh said unto Cain, Where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper? And he said, What hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood cries into me from the ground. And now art thou cursed from the earth. Note the judgment, which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield into thee her strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shall thou be in the earth. And Cain said unto Yahweh, My punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid. Please take note of the punishment. Please take note of the judgment. And please take note that the judgment was a curse from the earth. And with this curse from the earth, the man that is cursed acknowledges, as it reads in the 14th verse again, Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid. As many, if not all of us, are hid from the face of Yahweh this day because of the great curse. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that everyone that find me shall slay me. And Yahweh said unto him, Therefore, whosoever slay Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And Yahweh set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. And Cain went out from the presence of Yahweh, and dwelt in the land of Nod on the east of Eden. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bare Enoch, and he built a city, and called the name of the city after the name of his son Enoch. And I'll stop there. And what that allowed us to know is that the first two people on the earth the Almighty showed them mercy to where the woman brought forth 2 sons, and one was jealous of the other. It is our first case of civil rivalry. And we find that jealousy played a major part, and envy played a major part in this contention that the 2 men had, when they should have been each other's brother's keeper. The one taking of the blood of his brother was cursed, and the punishment was so great that as the man who was Cain punished says again, and omit again in the 14th verse, behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid. So the presence of glory, the presence of righteousness was hid from the face of Cain because of his crime. And his crime was not doing well. Thus, sin lied at the door, and the judgment for that sin was for Cain to till the ground, but it shall not henceforth his strength. His punishment was to be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And his punishment was for him to be driven from the face of the earth and from the face of Yahweh. A fugitive and vagabond in the earth. It also tells us in this choosing of Yahweh in the beginning, if we pick up at the 6th chapter of Genesis. And it tells us in the 6th chapter of Genesis, in this great choosing of men on the face of the earth, it tells us in Genesis, the 6th chapter, we pick up at the very first verse, and it reads, and it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born into them, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And Yahweh said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of Elohim came in into the daughters of men, and they had children, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. And Elohim saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thought of his heart was only evil, continually. And it repented Yahweh that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And Yahweh said, I will destroy man whom I have created, please take note, from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing, and the fowl of the air, for it repenteth me that I have made them. But Noah, the man that Yahweh hath chosen, it reads, but Noah, because he did that which was well, and he became accepted. But Noah found grace in the eyes of Yahweh. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man and perfect in his generations. And Noah walked with Elohim. And Noah begat 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before Elohim, and the earth was filled with violence. And Elohim looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt. For all flesh had corrupt his way upon the earth. And Elohim said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. So it allows us to know that man found himself in an evil situation, not doing well, to where the Almighty repented for making man and the things that were upon the earth, to where the Almighty judged the earth and destroyed the earth. But in his judging, he found one that was doing well, to where he was truly accepted, and that one name was Noah. Thus Noah, his wife, his 3 sons, and their wives were the only people saved from the destruction of the Creator that he brought upon the earth by way of flood. In this same choosing, it tells us in the 9th chapter of Genesis, if we pick up at the very first verse, and this choosing also dealt with the law. Thus, the title of this presentation is The Law According to History. It tells us in the 9th chapter, if we pick up at the very first verse, and it reads, and Elohim blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them, be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moves upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea. Into your hand are they delivered. Everything that lives shall be meat for you. Even as the green herb have I given you all things. But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it. And at the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother, thy brother's keeper, will I require the life of man. Whoso sheds man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image and likeness of Elohim made he man. And you be ye fruitful, and multiply, bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply therein. And Elohim spoke unto Noah and to his sons with him, saying, and I, behold, I establish my covenant with you, and with your seed after you, and with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl, of the cattle, and of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out of the ark to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you. Neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood. Neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth. And Elohim said, this is the token of the covenant, which I make between me and you, and every living creature that is with you, for perpetual generations. I do not set my bow, or it says, I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a token of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you, and every living creature of all flesh. And the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. And the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between Elohim and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth. And Elohim said unto Noah, this is the token of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth. And in this establishing, it tells us, according to the 10th chapter, the first verse, now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And unto them were sons born after the flood. And the children that was born to them after the flood, as the Almighty made the covenant with Noah and his seed, it tells us in the 10th chapter, the 20th verse, these are the sons of Ham, after their families, after their tongue, in their countries, and in their nations. And then it says, and to Shem, also the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth, the elder, even to him were children born. And it tells us in the 31st verse, these are the sons of Shem, after their families, after their tongues, in their lands, after their nations. These are the families of the sons of Noah, after their generations, in their nations, and by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. Thus it tells us, if we take a look at the th chapter of Genesis and pick up at the 10th verse, it tells us, these are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old and begat Arpachshad 2 years after the flood. And Shem lived after he begat Arpachshad 500 years and begat sons and daughters. If we pick up at the 26th verse, it tells us of the 11th chapter of Genesis, And Terah lived 70 years and begat Abram, Nahor, and Haran. And these are the generations of Terah. Terah begat Abram, Nahor, Haran, and Haran begat Lot. And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Chaldees. And Abram and Nahor took them wives. The name of Abram's wife was Sarah, and the name of Nahor's wife was Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, and the father of Ishka. But Sarah was barren. She had no children. And Terah took Abram his son, and Lot, the son of Haran, his son's son, and Sarah his daughter, and Lot, his son's Abram's wife. And they went forth with them from Ur of the Chaldees to go into the land of Canaan. And they came into Haran and dwelt there. And the days of Terah were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. According to the 12th chapter, the first verse, it tells us, Now Yahweh has said unto Abram, Get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, into a land that I will show thee. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and will make thy name great, and thy shall be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curse thee. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. So Abram departed as Yahweh had spoken, and to him. And Lot went with him, and Abram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. Then it tells us in confirmation, according to the 15th chapter of Genesis, in this great choosing that Yahweh chose out of the sons of Noah, after the earth had corrupted itself, and Yahweh judged the earth with divine judgment. It tells us in Genesis, the 15th chapter, according to the first verse, after these things, the word of Yahweh came into Abram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am thy shield, and thy exceeding great reward. And Abram said, Master Elohim, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless, and the steward of my house is this Eleazar of Damascus? And Abram said, Behold, to me thou hast given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is my hire. And behold, the word of Yahweh came into me, saying, This shall not be thy hire, but he that shall come forth out of thy own bowels shall be thy hire. And he brought him forth abroad, and said, Look now toward heaven, and tell the stars, if thou be able to number them. And he said unto him, So shall thy seed be. And he believed in Yahweh, and he counted it to him for righteousness. And he said unto him, I am Yahweh, that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees, to give thee this land to inherit it. So in this great choosing, it allows us to know that it was a seed, and in this seed, each seed brought forth a generation, And that generation was to do good, to be accepted. And if they did not good, as we read in Genesis, the 4th chapter, sin lies at the door. It also tells us in Yahweh's choosing of Shem, Abram, it also allows us to know that Isaac was chosen. If we take a look at the 17th chapter of Genesis, the 17th chapter of Genesis, and if we pick up at the 10th verse, the 17th chapter of Genesis, the 10th verse, to the 27th verse, and it reads, "This is my covenant, which ye shall keep between me and you, and thy seed after thee. Every man child among you shall be circumcised, and ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a token of the covenant between me and you. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you. Every man child in your generations, he that is born in the house or brought with money of any stranger, which is not of thy seed, he that is born in thy house, and he that is brought with thy money, must needs be circumcised. And my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And the uncircumcised man child, whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. He hath broken my covenant." And Elohim said unto Abram, "As for Sarai, thy wife, thou shalt not call her name Sarah, but Sarah shall her name be. And I will bless her, and give thee a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of people shall be of her." Then Abram fell upon his face and laughed, and said in his heart, "Shall a man be born unto him that is 100 years old? And shall Sarah that is 90 years old bear?" And Abram said unto Elohim, "Oh, that Ishmael might live before thee." And Elohim said, "Sarah, thy wife, shall bear thee a son indeed, and thou shalt call his name Isaac. And I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard thee. Behold, I have blessed him, and I will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant will I establish with Isaac, which Sarah shall bear unto thee at this set time in the next year." And he left off talking with him, and Elohim went up from Abraham. And Abraham took Ishmael his son, and all that was born in his house, and all that was brought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskin in the selfsame day. And note, there is a time for everything under the sun. Thus, when these words was commanded, it reads, "And circumcised the flesh of his foreskin in the selfsame day, as Elohim had said unto him. And Abraham was 90 years old, and 9 when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin." And Ishmael, his son, and note, he wasn't already circumcised before Yahweh made this command, but he became circumcised at 99 years old and 99 years old was Abraham circumcised because of the command. For there is a time and place for everything. The 25th verse reads, and Ishmael, his son, was 13 years old, not 8 days old, when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And the self-same day was Abraham circumcised, and Ishmael his son, and all the men of his house, born in the house and brought with money of the stranger, were circumcised with him. And that shows that the Almighty chose not only Abraham, but Abraham's seed, which came out of Sarah and started with Ishmael. It also tells us in the 27th chapter, if we turn there, please, Genesis, the 27th chapter, and let's pick up at the first verse. And it tells us in Genesis, the 27th chapter, the first verse, showing how Jacob was also chosen and how the promise of Yahweh to Abraham's seed continued. It reads in the 27th chapter of Genesis, the very first verse, these words. And it came to pass that when Isaac was old and his eyes were dim so that he could not see, he called Esau his eldest son and said unto him, my son. And he said unto him, behold, here am I. And he said, behold, now I am old. I know not the day of my death. Now therefore take, I pray thee, thy weapons, thy quiver, and thy bow, and go out to the field, and take me some vision, and make me savory meat such as I love, and bring it to me that I may eat, that my soul may bless thee before I die. And Rebekah heard when Isaac spake to Esau his son. And Esau went to the field to hunt for vision and to bring it. And Rebekah spake unto Jacob her son, saying, behold, I heard thy father speak unto Esau thy brother, saying, bring me visions, and make me savory meat, that I may eat, and bless thee before Yahweh before my death. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice, according to that which I command thee. Go now to the flock, and fetch me from thence 2 good kids of the goats, and I will make them savory meat for thy father, such as he loves. And thou shalt bring it to thy father, that he may eat, and that he may bless thee before his death. And Jacob said unto Rebekah his mother, behold, Esau my brother is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. My father peradventure will feel me, and I shall seem to him as a deceiver, and I shall bring a curse upon me, and not a blessing. And his mother said unto him, upon me be thy curse, my son. Only obey my voice, and go fetch me them. And he went and fetched and brought them to his mother. And his mother made savory meat, such as his father loved. And Rebekah took goodly raiment of her eldest son Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them upon Jacob, her younger son. And she put the skin of the kid of the goat upon his hands and upon the smooth of his neck. And she gave the savory meat and the bread which she had prepared into the hand of her son Jacob. And she came into his father, and he came into his father and said, My father. And he said, Here am I. Who art thou, my son? And Jacob said unto his father, I am Esau, thy firstborn. I have done according as thou bidst me. Arise, I pray thee, sit and eat of my visions, that thy soul may bless me. And Isaac said unto his son, How is it that thou hast found it so quickly, my son? And he said, Because Yahweh thy Elohim brought it to me. And Isaac said unto Jacob, Come near, I pray thee, that I may feel thee, my son, whether thou be my very son Esau or not. And Jacob went near to Isaac his father, and he felt him and said, The voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau. And he discerned him not, because his hands were hairy, as his brother Esau's hands. So he blessed him. And he said, Art thou my very son Esau? And he said, I am. And he said, Bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's visions, that my soul may bless thee. And he brought it near to him, and he did eat. And he brought him wine, and he drank. And his father Isaac said unto him, Come near now, and kiss me, my son. And he came near and kissed him, and he smelled the smell of his raiment, and blessed him, and said, See, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field which Yahweh hath blessed. Therefore Elohim gave thee of the dew of heaven, and the fatness of the earth, and plenty of corn and wine. Let people serve thee, and nations bow down to thee. Be master over thy brethren, and let thy mother's sons bow down to thee. Cursed be everyone that cursed thee. The same words that was said to Abram and Isaac. And blessed be he that blessed thee. And it came to pass, as soon as Isaac had made an end of blessing Jacob, and Jacob was yet scarce gone out from the presence of Isaac his father, that Esau his brother came in from his hunting. And he also had made savory meat, and brought it into his father, and said unto his father, Let my father arise and eat of his son's vision, that thy soul may bless me. And Isaac his father said unto him, Who art thou? And he said, I am thy son, thy firstborn Esau. And Isaac trembled very exceedingly, and said, Who? Where is he that hath taken visions, and brought it me? And I have eaten of all before thou camest, and have blessed him. Yea, and he shall be blessed. He shall be chosen. And when Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with a great and exceedingly bitter cry, and said unto his father, Bless me, even me also, O my father. And he said, Thy brother came with subtlety, and have taken away thy blessing. And he said, is not he rightly named Jacob? For he has supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and behold, now he hath taken away my blessing. And he said, hast thou not reserved a blessing for me? And Isaac answered and said unto Esau, behold, I have made him thy master, and all his brethren have I given him for servants. And with corn and wine have I sustained him. And what shall I do now unto thee, my son? And Esau said unto his father, Hast thy but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above. And by thy sword shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brother. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt have dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck. So again, it allows us to know that Jacob was the third chosen. Thus we find Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It also tells us in the 28th chapter, if we read the first 4 verses, and it reads, in Genesis, the 28th chapter, the very first verse to the 4th verse, and Isaac called Jacob and blessed him and charged him and said unto him, Thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. Arise, go to Paddan Aram, to the house of Bethuel thy mother, father, and take thee a wife from thence of the daughter of Laban, thy mother's brother. And Elohim Almighty bless thee, and make thee fruitful, and multiply thee, that thou mayest be a multitude of people. And give thee, please take note, the confirmation, and give thee the blessing of Abraham, to thee and to thy seed with thee, that thou mayest inherit, please take note, the land wherein thou art a stranger, which Elohim gave unto Abraham. So it allows us to know, according to the law of history, that Yahweh chose Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob out of the lineage or the seed of Shem, which came out of the lineage of Seth. And from the beginning, we see this great choosing of our Creator and the people that he chose forever to be a blessing and a curse. Thus, it tells us, if we take a look in Psalms 105, Psalms 105. And these things don't change. There's a time for everything under the sun, and Yahweh required that which is past. Thus it tells us in Psalms 105, if we all turn there, please, and pick up at the 6th verse to the 15th verse, and we find these great words. And it reads, Remember his marvelous works. I picked up at the 5th verse. Remember his marvelous works that he hath done, his wonders, and the judgments of his mouth. O ye seed of Abraham, his servant, ye children of Jacob, his chosen. He is Yahweh our Elohim. His judgments are in all the earth. He hath remembered his covenant forever, the word which he commanded to 1,000 generations, which covenant he made with Abraham, and his oath unto Isaac, and confirmed the same unto Jacob for a law, and to Israel for an everlasting covenant, saying, and to thee will I give the land of Canaan, the lot of your inheritance. When they were but a few men in number, yea, very few, and strangers in it, when they went from one nation to another, from one kingdom to another people, he suffered no man to do them wrong. Yea, he reproved kings for their sakes, saying, touch not my anointed, and do my prophets no harm. So here it allows us to know that it confirms that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob was all chosen, and they all had the same blessing put upon them. We know that Jacob's name was changed to Israel. Thus, these same great words is on the whole nation of Israel. It also tells us in 1 Chronicles, if we turn there, please. 1 Chronicles, the 16th chapter. The 17th verse, these words. And it reads again, we'll pick up at the 15th verse and read to the 18th verse. And it reads, I'll start at the 12th verse. And it reads, remember his marvelous works, the same words that we found in Psalms 105. Remember his marvelous works that he have done, his wonders, and the judgments of his mouth. O ye seed of Israel, instead of O ye seed of Abraham, it reads, O ye seed of Israel, his servant, ye children of Jacob, his chosen ones. He is Yahweh, our Elohim. His judgments are in all the earth. Be ye mindful always of his covenant, the word which he commanded to 1,000 generations. The 16th verse reads, even of the covenant which he made with Abraham, and of his oath unto Isaac. The 17th verse reads, and have confirmed the same to Jacob for a law, and to Israel for an everlasting covenant. The last verse I will read is the 18th verse, and it reads, saying, and to thee will I give the land of Canaan, which consists of all of your dwellings, the lot of your inheritance. In this great choosing, it allows us to know that a law was given for this people to govern themselves among the Creator. This law that your brother's speaking about is rumored that many black people are under it today. Well, we'll get to that, but right now we're just revealing what we find in the Holy Scriptures from the beginning to the end, dealing with the law according to history, or dealing with the law according to time and place. Thus, we find in Genesis the 2nd chapter, if we all go there, please. Genesis, the 2nd chapter. And it tells us in Genesis, the 2nd chapter, if we pick up at the 15th verse to the 17th verse, and it reads, and Yahweh Elohim took the man and put him into the Garden of Eden to dress it and to keep it. And Yahweh Elohim commanded, law, the man, saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it. For in the day that thou eat thereof, thou shalt surely die. So those are some of the first words that we find dealing with law. The voice of Yahweh telling his people or his chosen or his creation what they are to do or not to do. Thus he let them know again in the 17th verse, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die. It also tells us, again in the 9th chapter of Genesis, in the 3rd verse to the 6th verse, it reads again, every moving thing that lives shall be meat for you. Even as the green herb have I given you all things. But the flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. That is law. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it, and at the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. Whoso shed man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of Elohim made he man. This is law. And these are some of the first lawful words that is recorded in our Holy Scripture dealing with law and dealing with these same laws being implemented in the life of the chosen seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Even though right here is dealing with all man. But when it's speaking about all man, it is speaking to the men that was saved. It is speaking to the men that was chosen. And that was none other than Noah and his sons. It also tells us in the 26th chapter of Genesis, if we go there real quick, and it speaks about law and the law of the voice of Yahweh, which their fathers followed. Thus, if we go to Genesis 26, pick up at the very first verse, read to the 5th verse, it says, and there was a famine in the land besides the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went into Amalek, king of the Philistines, into Gerar. And Yahweh appeared unto him and said, Go not down into Egypt, dwell in the land which I shall tell thee of. Sojourn in this land, and I will be with thee, and I will bless thee, for into thee and into thy seed I will give all these countries. And I will perform the oath which I swear unto Abraham thy father. And I will make thy seed to multiply as the stars of heaven, and will give into thy seed all these countries, and in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. Why? Because that Abraham obeyed my voice. If thou does well, you shall be accepted. If thou does not well, and if you don't obey all the voice of Yahweh, then you wind up doing not well. And if you does not well, as we read in the 4th chapter of Genesis, sin lies at the door. Thus it tells us why. It says, because that Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my charge, whatever I said, whatever came out of my voice, my commandments, my statutes, and my law. The law, according to history, is the name of this presentation. Thus, it tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Exodus, the 19th chapter, still dealing with the law. Exodus, the 19th chapter, and it tells us in Exodus, the 19th chapter, if we pick up at the 5th verse and read to the 8th verse, and it reads, Now, therefore, dealing with the children of Israel, which is the seed of Jacob. Now, therefore, if ye will obey my voice, the same words that was said to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Now, therefore, if ye will obey my voice, indeed. And when we obey the voice, we are obeying all that Yahweh has said. Now, therefore, if ye will obey my voice, indeed, and keep my covenant, then ye shall be a particular treasure unto me, above all people, for all the earth is mine. And ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests, and an holy nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel. And Moses came and called for the elders of the people, and laid before their faces all these words which Yahweh commanded him. And all the people answered together and said, All that Yahweh has spoken, we will do. And Moses returned the words of the people into Yahweh. I'll read the 9th verse, and it reads, And Yahweh said unto Moses, Lo, I come unto thee in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with thee, and believe thee forever. And Moses told the words of the people unto Yahweh. So they all agreed. They all was in agreement. They knew that Yahweh changes not. They understood there was a time and place for everything under the sun. And they agreed to all the voice of Yahweh, which today many of us don't. Today you find it hard for men and women to confirm every word that they find written. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Exodus, the 20th chapter, the very next chapter, and it tells us in Exodus, the 20th chapter, these words. These are the words that we found coming from the voice of Yahweh. Thus, it tells us in Exodus 20, the very first verse, and Elohim speak all these words, saying, we're talking about his voice. It says, I am Yahweh thy Elohim, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, Yahweh thy Elohim, am a jealous Elohim, visiting the iniquities of the fathers upon the children, and to the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. He told them by his voice, thou shalt not take the name of Yahweh thy Elohim in vain, for Yahweh will not hold him guiltless that takes his name in vain. He told them, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shall thou labor and do all thy work. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of Yahweh thy Elohim. In it thou shalt not do any work, thy nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days Yahweh made heaven and earth, the sea and all that in them is, and rest the seventh day. Wherefore Yahweh blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. He also told them by his voice, honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land, which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee. He told them, as it is read and told in Genesis 9, thou shalt not murder, taking the life of an innocent person. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood far off. And they said unto Moses, speak thou with us. Please take note. And we will hear. But let not Elohim speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, fear not, for Elohim is come to prove you, to test you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near into the thick darkness where Elohim was. Thus it tells us in Deuteronomy 5, if we turn there, please. And it continues on that same note in Deuteronomy 5. Thus you find the 10 Commandments again in Deuteronomy 5. I would like to pick up at Deuteronomy 5 at the 22nd verse. For after the 10 Commandments was given again 40 years later, we find that the fear of Yahweh is upon the people. Thus we read in the 22nd verse to the 33rd verse these words. These words Yahweh spoke unto all your assembly in the mount out of the midst of the fire, of the cloud, and of the thick darkness with a great voice. And he added no more, nor can you and I. And he wrote them in 2 tables of stone, and delivered them unto me. And it came to pass, when he heard the voice out of the midst of darkness, for the mountain did burn with fire, that ye came near unto me, even all the heads of your tribes and your elders. And he said, Behold, Yahweh our Elohim have shown us his glory and his greatness, and we have heard his voice out of the midst of the fire. We have seen this day that Elohim does talk with man, and he lives. Now therefore, why should we die? For this great fire will consume us if we hear the voice of Yahweh our Elohim anymore. Then we shall die. For who is there of all flesh that have heard the voice of the living Elohim speaking out of the midst of the fire, as we have and live? Go thy near and hear all that Yahweh our Elohim shall say, and speak thy unto us all that Yahweh our Elohim shall speak unto thee, and we will hear it and do it. And Yahweh heard the voice of the words when ye speak unto me, and Yahweh said unto me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people, which they have spoken unto thee. They have well said, saying that they will do all. It says, they have well said all that they have spoken. Oh, that there was such an heart in them, that they would fear me and keep all my commandments always, that it might be well with them and with their children forever. Go say to them, get you into your tents again. But as for thee, Moses, stand thy here by me, and I will speak unto thee all the commandments, and the statutes, and the judgments, which thou shalt teach them, that they may do them in the land. And note, this is law. That they may do them in the land which I give them to possess it. Ye shall observe to do, therefore, as Yahweh your Elohim hath commanded you. Ye shall not turn aside to any, it says, and ye shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. Ye shall walk in all the ways which Yahweh your Elohim hath commanded you, that ye may live, and that it may be well. The only way it's going to be well if you do all. And we read in Genesis, the 4th chapter, if thou does well, you shall be accepted. So what's going to be accepted is all, not the best you can. He have never asked for the benefit of a doubt. But as we have read from the beginning all the way to Deuteronomy 5, what is accepted is doing all. And if you be accepted, If thou does well, then you will be accepted. If thou does not well, sin lies at the door. When you do not do all, when you do not confirm all, you are not doing well. Thus, sin lies at the door. Thus, it tells us again in the 33rd verse, ye shall walk in all the ways which Yahweh your Elohim command you, that ye may live. If thou does well, you will live, and it may be well with you, and that ye may prolong your days in the land which ye shall possess. Dealing with the law, dealing with some of the first words that came from the voice of Yahweh concerning the law, from the beginning to the end. And it also told our fathers, if we take a look in the 8th chapter of Deuteronomy, these words that you will find in the first 3 verses. And it reads, all, not some, not the best you can, nor is he asking for one to give him the benefit of a doubt on anything that he has said. But what he commanded our fathers, it read in the 8th chapter of Deuteronomy, the very first verse, all the commandments which I commanded thee this day shall ye observe to do. The scripture tells us, cursed be he that confirmeth not all the words of the law and do them. And all the people shall say, amen. So it allows us to know the Almighty has never accepted the best you can. When you confirm and acknowledge you have done the best you can, all you are confirming is that you have not done all. So you will never find a verse where the Almighty commanded the Israelites to do the best they can. Thus, it reads again in the first verse of the 8th chapter of Deuteronomy, all the commandments which I command thee this day shall ye observe to do, that ye may live and multiply and go in and possess the land which Yahweh sware unto your fathers. And the land that Yahweh swore unto our fathers is called in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, all thy dwellings. The 2nd verse reads, and thou shalt remember all the way which Yahweh thy Elohim led thee these 40 years in the wilderness, to humble thee and to test thee, to know what was in thy heart, whether thou would keep his commandments or no. And he humbled thee and suffered thee to hunger, and fed thee with the manna, which thou knewest not, neither did thy fathers know, that he might make thee know that man does not live by bread only, but, note what man lives by, but by every word. Not the best you can. Not giving him the benefit of the doubt. Not leaning on your own understanding or going by your own imagination. But what gives longevity to man, as we read in Deuteronomy the 5th chapter, the last verse, and it read again, ye shall walk in all the ways which Yahweh your Elohim command you, that ye may live, and that it may be well with you, and that ye may prolong your days in the land which ye shall possess. Thus we find again in the 3rd verse of the 8th chapter of Deuteronomy, and he humbled thee, and suffered thee to hunger, and fed thee with manna, which thou knewest not, neither did thy fathers know, that he might make thee know that man does not live by bread only, but man lives by every word that proceeded from the voice. It reads, that proceeded out of the mouth of Yahweh does man live. So if you want to say you're living, if you want to try to live, then the only way the Israelites, because he didn't make the covenant with the world, he made the covenant with our fathers. So the only way that the Israelites can truly live in the earth is by obeying, confirming, acknowledging, and doing every word. Other than that, you're a dead man walking, as we all are this day. It tells us, Israel, one of the commands that we found in the Ten Commandments was the Sabbath. I would like to bring back that law dealing with the Sabbath. Let us turn our scriptures to Genesis 1. Since this is one of the activities that many of our brothers and sisters lean on their own understanding with, it tells us in Genesis 1, if we pick up at the 31st verse, and it reads, and Elohim saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. In the evening, in the morning, was the sixth day. Thus the heavens, chapter 2, verse 1, thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day Elohim ended his work, which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And Elohim blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rest from all his work which Elohim created and made. So it allows us to know that on the seventh day, Yahweh rests from all his work, because he worked it the first 6 days, and Elohim saw everything that he had made in those 6 days was not just good, but very good. Thus he brought forth the seventh day, which denote a day of restraint, a day called the Sabbath. Well, dealing with this great creation and this great law, or this great seventh day of rest that Yahweh brought forth, it tells us, if we turn to the book of Exodus, the 16th chapter. The book of Exodus, the 16th chapter, it allows us to know that Yahweh made known to the Israelites, to the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, this great day of restraint, this great day of rest, this great day of Shabbat that Yahweh had invented or created. And it tells us in the 16th chapter, after the children of Israel came out of captivity, that Yahweh made known this great day of restraint into the seed of Jacob. Thus it tells us in Exodus the 16th chapter, starting at the 10th verse. Exodus, the 16th chapter, we'll pick up at the 10th verse. In your spare time, please read the entire chapter. We're picking up at the 10th verse. And it tells us in the 10th verse of the 16th chapter of Exodus to the 30th verse of Exodus, these words. And it came to pass, for there is a time for everything under the sun, a time and a season. And dealing with this particular testimony, a place. Thus it reads, and it came to pass, as Aaron spake into the whole congregation of the children of Israel, that they looked toward the wilderness, and behold, the glory of Yahweh appeared in the cloud. And Yahweh spaked unto Moses, saying, I have heard the mournings or the murmurings of the children of Israel. Speak unto them, saying, at even ye shall eat flesh, and in the morning, please take note, ye shall be filled with bread, and ye shall know that I am Yahweh your Elohim. And it came to pass that at evening the quails came up and covered the camp, and in the morning the dew laid around about the host. And when the dew that laid was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness there laid a small round thing, as small as the hoary frost on the ground. And as we read in the Psalms, our fathers, the Israelites didn't know, nor their fathers knew what this was. That's why it's called manna. And when the children of Israel saw it, they said one to another, it is manna, for they wist not what it was. And Moses said unto them, this is the bread which Yahweh hath given you to eat. This is the thing. Please take note how Yahweh introduced the day of rest into the Israelites after they came out of the Egyptian bondage. It reads in the 16th verse, this is the thing which Yahweh hath commanded. Gather of it every man according to his eating, and armor for every man according to the number of your persons. Take ye every man for them which are in his tents. And the children of Israel did so, and gathered some more, some less. And when they did measure it with an armor, he had gathered much, had nothing over, and he that gathered little had no lack. They gathered every man according to his eating. And Moses said, let no man leave of it till the morning. Why not? Because the morning was the Sabbath. It says, notwithstanding they hearkened not unto Moses, but some of the men left of it until the morning. And it bred worms and stank, and Moses was wroth with them. And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating. And when the sun waxed hot, it melted. And it came to pass that on the 6th day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 armors for one man, and all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses. And he said unto them, this is that which Yahweh hath said. Tomorrow is the rest. Tomorrow is the restraint. Tomorrow is the Sabbath of the holy, or the rest of the holy Sabbath. And to Yahweh, bake that which ye will bake today, and seeth or boil that ye will boil, and that which remain over lay up for you to be kept into the morning, because that morning denoted the Sabbath. And they laid it up till the morning, as Moses bade, and it did not stink, neither was there any worm therein. And Moses said, eat that today, for today is a Sabbath unto Yahweh. Today ye shall not find it in the field. 6 days ye shall gather it, but on the 7th day, which is the Sabbath, in it there shall be none. And it came to pass that there went out some of the people on the 7th day for to gather, and they found none. And Yahweh said unto Moses, how long refuse ye to keep my commandments and my laws? See, for that Yahweh have given you the Sabbath, the same Sabbath you read about in Genesis 2. Therefore, he gave you on the 6th day the bread of 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place. Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day. So it reads in the 30th verse, the last verse we will read, so the people rest on the 7th day. So this law of creation was shown into the Israelites, and it was told the Israelites how to prepare for this 7th day. Thus, they were given twice as much on the 6th day, where they would not have to come out on the 7th, which denoted the law dealing with the Sabbath, as we read in Exodus, the 20th chapter. It also tells us dealing with the Sabbath, again in Exodus 20, it tells us, starting at the 8th verse, these words, to the 12th, to the 11th verse, and it reads, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. And what is you remembering? You are remembering what was introduced to you in the wilderness that we just read in the 16th chapter of Exodus. 6 days shall thou labor and do all thy work. But the 7th day is the Sabbath of Yahweh thy Elohim. In it thou shalt not do any work, thy, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days Yahweh made heaven and earth, the sea and all that in them is, and rest the 7th day. Therefore Yahweh blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. And it tells us these exact same words, again, if we go back to Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter. 40 years later, the Almighty tell our fathers, the Israelites, the exact same words that he introduced to them dealing with the Sabbath. Thus, it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter, if we pick up at the 12th verse and read to the 15th verse, and it allows us to know that Yahweh changes not, and it allows us to know what our fathers heard in the 16th chapter of Exodus. 40 years later, the same thing was told. Thus, it reads in the 12th verse of the 5th chapter of Deuteronomy, keep the Sabbath day to sanctify it, as Yahweh thy Elohim hath commanded thee. 6 days thou shalt labor and do all thy work. But the 7th day is the Sabbath of Yahweh thy Elohim. In that day thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, nor thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy ox, nor thy ass, nor any of thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates, that thy manservant and thy maidservant may rest as well as thou. Do y'all see who the stranger is? The stranger was none other than your manservant and thy maidservant. A lot of people try to confuse the scriptures today to try to get you to do what they're doing. And they'll tell you, well, the stranger is keeping the Sabbath. But there is no stranger that belongs to us. And the way we can prove that is because we are the manservant. We are the maidservant today. We don't have anyone serving us. We serving the enemy. But if we were under the covenant of the law, if we were the ones with the blessing of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob upon us, then we would have servants, men, male servants, and female servants. And this is what was told to them. As we read again in the 14th verse, the latter part of the 14th verse says, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates, that thy manservant and thy maidservant may rest as well as thou. And the last verse that I will read out of Deuteronomy 5, it tells us, as it told our fathers in the wilderness once they were free, and remember that thy was, past tense, not present, but that thy was a servant in the land of Egypt, and that Yahweh thy Elohim brought thee out thence through a mighty hand and by a stretched out arm. Therefore, the reason why Yahweh thy Elohim command thee to keep the Sabbath day. So it allows us to know through this testimony of the law that the Israelites were commanded to keep the Sabbath day because of the great deliverance, because of the great redemption, because of the great saving of Yahweh's mighty hand, and him having you being his servant instead of you being the enemy's servant. Now Yahweh is giving you rest that you did not know of when you were in Egypt. And a lot of people disagree with that truth. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to Nehemiah, the 9th chapter. Nehemiah, the 9th chapter. Because many people don't believe what I just said. Many people rumors that the Sabbath has always been the earth and man have always kept the Sabbath to the extent where the Israelites was keeping the Sabbath in Egypt. Somebody lying. Somebody is adding and diminishing from the voice of Yahweh. And it ain't us. Thus, we should find ourselves in Nehemiah, the 9th chapter, to confirm and acknowledge all. It tells us in Nehemiah, the 9th chapter, if we pick up at the 8th verse. Let's start at the 8th verse. Let's put a little more substance on this. Maybe the people will catch it. It tells us in Nehemiah, the 9th chapter, the 8th verse. And let's start at the 7th verse. That way it stay in context with all that we have brought forth so far today. And it reads in the 7th verse, Thy art Yahweh, the Elohim, who did choose Abram. We start off with the choosing. And broughtest him forth out of Ur of the Chaldees, and gave him the name of Abraham, and founded his heart faithful before thee, and made us a covenant with him. And we all should know what the covenant denotes, but if you don't, It's right here. It says, and made us a covenant with him to give the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, the Gershites, to give it, I say, which denotes all of your dwellings, to his seed, and has performed, already done, thy words, for thy art righteous, and did see the affliction of thy fathers in Egypt, and heardest their cry by the Red Sea, and showed signs and wonders upon Pharaoh and upon all his servants and on all the people of his land. For thou knowest that they dealt proudly against them. And the conditions is, he that bless Israel shall be blessed, but he that curse Israel shall be cursed. Thus we read in the 11th verse, and thou did divide the sea before them, so that they went through the midst of the sea on dry land. And their prosecutors thou threwest into the deeps, as a stone into the mighty waters. Moreover, thou leddest them in the day by a pillar, a cloudy pillar, and in the night by a pillar of fire, to give them light in the way wherein they should go. Today, we need that light, because many people, without that light, do not understand the way that the Israelites should go when they are set on the path of Yahweh, under the covenant of the law, being in their own country. It says, thou camest down also upon Mount Sinai, and speak with your voice with them from heaven, and gavest them right judgments and true laws, just like we read in Exodus 20. It says true laws, good statutes, and commandments, and made us known. The prophets allows us to know when these things were known. Even though many of us have added and have diminished from the words of Yahweh, the prophet allows us to know by way of testimony, history, how the Israelites was made known of the Sabbath. Thus it reads again in the 14th verse, and made known unto them thy holy Sabbath, and commanded them precepts, statutes, and laws by the hand of Moses thy servant. That was not in the days of Genesis. That was not in the days of Abraham. That was not in the days of Isaac, nor was it in the days of Jacob. But it was in the days of Jacob's seed, once they was delivered and redeemed out of Egypt and found themselves in the wilderness under the statutes of life. Then we find in the 14th verse, and made it known to them thy holy Sabbath, and commanded them precepts, statutes, and laws by the hand of Moses thy servant. So, by law and testimony, it allows us to know when Yahweh made known the Sabbath day to the Israelites. And Yahweh, as we read in the book of wisdom, Yahweh required that which is past. And if that is true, and we know it is, then you are not keeping a Sabbath today, nor is the sign of the Sabbath among you this day. It also tells us this great truth if we turn our scriptures to the book of Ezekiel, the 20th chapter. Ezekiel, the 20th chapter. And we can find this same great truth if we take a look at the 9th verse. I'll start at the 10th. The 10th verse of Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, and I will read to the 12th. And it reads, "Wherefore I caused them to go forth out of the land of Egypt, and brought them into the wilderness. And I gave them my statutes." And the Sabbath is a statute. "And I gave them my statutes, and showed them my judgments, even the judgment for breaking the Sabbath." And that judgment is found in Numbers, the 15th chapter. "He that defiled the Sabbath day should die." And we see that judgment being executed in Numbers, the 15th chapter, the 32nd to the 36th verse. But here in Ezekiel 20, it tells us again in the 11th verse, "And I gave them my statutes, and showed them my judgments, which if a man do, he shall even live in them. Moreover, also I gave them my Sabbaths." Note the S, the plural, all of his Sabbaths, "to be a sign." Not just the weekly Sabbath was a sign, but all his Sabbaths was a sign, and to be a sign between me and them, that they might know. Please take note of the sign. That way when your brother asks you, where is the sign, you can respond intelligently. It says that they might know that I am Yahweh that sanctified them. That is the sign. Now that your brother has shown you what the sign is over and over again, next time I ask one of my brothers and sisters, I need you to show me the sign. I need you to show where we as a people is sanctified in the land of our enemies. And it should sound impossible, because you're trying to prove that you are set apart while you are in the midst of your enemies. How are you going to be set apart in the midst at the same time? The Almighty told us that he brought our fathers in the wilderness to sanctify them, for them to find themselves set apart from Egypt. Thus, it reads one more time in the 12th verse, "Moreover, also I gave them my Sabbaths to be a sign between me and them, that they might know that I am Yahweh that sanctified them." It also, in this search and review, we find a law dealing with marriage. Let us turn our scriptures back to the beginning, which is Genesis, and let's take another look in the 2nd chapter of Genesis. Genesis 2. And it tells us in this 2nd chapter, also according to the 18th verse, if we all turn there, please, these great words concerning his law. According to history, it reads, "And Yahweh said," Genesis 2 and 18, "It is not good that man should be alone. I will make him an helpmate for him." And out of the ground Yahweh Elohim formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air, and brought them into Adam to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof, even the woman. And Adam gave name to all cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam there was not found an help meet for him. And Yahweh Elohim caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam. And he slept, and he took one of his ribs, and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib which Yahweh Elohim had taken from man made he a woman, and brought her into the man. And Adam said, This is now bone of my bones, and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman. Why? Because she was taken out of man. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave into his wife, and they shall be one flesh. So that's the voice of Yahweh dealing with marriage. That voice later on in retrospect, when Yahweh made known his laws, statutes, and judgments to the Israelites, this marriage comes back up into law, not just testimony, but into law. And we can find these laws if we turn our scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 22nd chapter. Deuteronomy, the 22nd chapter, to concern ourselves with what Yahweh commanded the Israelites dealing with marriage, dealing with what he first said about marriage in the beginning. It tells us in Deuteronomy, the 22nd chapter, if we all turn there, please, these great words. And don't forget, you had to keep them all to live. It tells us in Deuteronomy, the 22nd chapter, if we pick up at the 13th verse, that's where we'll start. Deuteronomy 22, verse 13, and it reads, If any man take a wife and go into her and hate her, and give occasion of speech against her, and bring up an evil name upon her, and say, I took this woman, and when I came to her, I found her not a maid. Then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel virginity into the elder of the city and the gates. And the damsel father shall say unto the elders, I gave my daughter into this man. One of our sisters today has a post out dealing with how many men will actually pay a dowry for a virgin. And she's bringing conscience to themselves, because today many times we find our mate and she might not be a virgin. And then we might be lucky to where we do find a virgin. But the point that's being made, no dowry is paid for the unmarried woman. No dowry is being paid today. Many of us don't even know their fathers, nor ever spoke to their fathers, nor received any consent from their fathers. But they wind up marrying our daughters or play married with our daughters anyway. Well, if we were under the covenant of the law, these things is a must. You must get the consent of the father and mother. You must pay a dowry because that mother and father raised up that virgin daughter to be a great helpmeet for some man. You just going to have to pay for the hard work that we put in to make sure you get a good wife, a bone of thy bone. Thus it continued to tell us, again in the 15th verse, then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel virginity, and to the elders of the city and the gates. And I seen one comment from a young man. He said, well, if I did that, the woman would have to have some type of certificate showing that she was a virgin. Well, according to the law, and according to the Israelite history, and according to the voice of the Israelite Elohim, it allows us to know that a token of the damsel virginity was brought into the elders of the city and the gate. The 16th verse reads, and the damsel father shall say unto the elders, I gave my daughter to this man to wife, and he hated her. And lo, he hath given occasion of speech against her, saying, I found not thy daughter a maid, and yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity. And they shall spread the cloth before the elders of the city. And the elders of that city shall take that man and chasten him. And many of the men today would truly be chastened if they were under the covenant of the law. And many might not be. It might be the woman based on the situation. Because today we don't find ourselves under the law. So the men are not paying the dowry. The men are not getting the consent of the woman's father. And many times our daughters are not taking heed to the words of their father and mother. They sneaking outside, they sneaking people inside, and they wind up no longer being a virgin. So when a man that truly take interest in them, they are no longer virgins. So there is no dowry to be paid, nor consent to be made. Thus it tells us in the 18th verse, or the 19th verse, and they shall amass him in 100 shekels of silver, and give them unto the father of the damsel. Why? Because he had brought up an evil name upon a virgin of Israel, and not just a virgin in Israel, but also upon that man's house. And she shall be his wife. He may not put her away all his days. And that's another thing that men don't do. They find things that they dislike about their wife later on in retrospect, and they want to bring up all these things for reasoning to get a divorce or to get another woman. But it allows us to know that was not the ways of our Father, nor did that ever come out the voice of our Creator. But what did come out is, she shall be his wife, he may not put her away all his days, because of this bad report that he brought upon the woman, and he was wrong. But it tells us in the 20th verse, but if this thing be true, he paid the dowry. he got the consent of the father and mother, and he brought this name upon one of the daughters of Israel. It says, but if the thing be true, and the token of virginity be not found for the damsel, then they shall bring out the damsel to the door of her father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her with stones that she die, because she have wrought folly in Israel. And how do you wrought folly in Israel? Dealing with a woman that's supposed to be a virgin, it reads, to play the whore in her father's house. So shall thy put evil away from among you. It also tells us in this chapter, dealing with the great law of marriage, if a man be found lying with a woman, married to an husband, then they shall both of them die. Both the man that lied with the woman and the woman. So shall thy put away evil from Israel. And that evil is called adultery. The 23rd verse reads, if a damsel that is a virgin be betrothed, be engaged into a husband, and a man find her in the city, and lie with her, lie with the woman that's engaged, then ye shall bring them both out into the gate of that city, and ye shall stone them with stones, that they die. The damsel, because she cried not, being in the city, and the man, because he have humbled his neighbor's wife. Well, they say if you, even though this still is a wife, but they say if you have sex with them, then they're your wife. Well, not so, because you're having sex with another man's wife, with another man's woman that is engaged to him, that already have the consent of her husband. They just in a time of engagement, and you have taken hold of her and lied with her. That is adultery. And the adulterer and adulteress shall die. But there's a condition here that we have not read yet, and it reads in the 25th verse, but if a man find a betrothed damsel in the field, not in the city, but in the field, and the man force her and lie with her, then the man only that lie with her shall die. Well, why not the betrothed woman? Because in the field, there was none for her to really cry out to, or in the field, she wouldn't have been heard as she would have been heard in the city. It says, in the 26th verse, but unto the damsel thou shalt do nothing. There is in the damsel no sin. She was doing well. A man forced herself on her. Thus it reads, but unto the damsel thou shalt do nothing. There is in the damsel no sin worthy of death, for as when a man raises against his neighbor and slay him, even so is this matter. For he found her in the field, and the betrothed damsel cried, and there was none to save her. There was nobody in the field. There was no one that heard her in the field. But she cried. If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not engaged or betrothed, and lie hold on her, please take note for all you that say sex is marriage. it says, and lie with her, and they be found. Then the man, so if they be found, that means they might have did this a couple times. They've been sneaking around. This is your virgin daughter that you are raising up to be the flesh of another man, the bone of another man, that might demand the token of virginity. But this virgin daughter of yours has been sneaking around with this man that has no real interest in marrying her. Thus it tells us, again in the 28th verse, if a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, and lay hold on her, and lie with her, and they be found, then the man, please take note, that lay with her shall give into the damsel father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife. Why? Because he hath humbled her. He may not put her away all his days. We're not trying to have what it says in the 21st verse, where it says, she have wrought folly in Israel, to play the whore in her father's house. So shall thy put evil away from among you. We're not trying to have that in our gates. We're not trying to have that in our country. We're not trying to have that while we find ourselves under the statutes of life. Thus, the man is stuck with her. And he still had to pay the damsel father a purse of 50 shekels of silver. And he may not put her away all his days, as we do today. When we sick and tired of these women, we just put them away and grab another one and use some type of crime that we can find in the book of the law to bring against them. No, not under the covenant of the law. That's backwards doing. And that's why we do it like that today, because we're not under the covenant of the law, and we find ourselves living backwards. Thus it tells us in the 30th verse, well, this here is allowing us to know a sin that one of our fathers committed, and that father was Reuben. But it says, a man should not take his father's wife, nor discover his father's skirt. But it also continues to tell us, and we can continue to find in the book of the law dealing with marriage in the 24th chapter. For it tells us in the 24th chapter of Deuteronomy, if we read the first 4 verses, and matter of fact, I will read to the 5th verse, and it reads in Deuteronomy, the 24th chapter. When a man hath taken a wife and married her, and it come to pass that she finds no favor in his eyes, because he hath found some uncleanness in her, then let him write her a bill of divorcement. And I see people doing this today, trying to find certain uncleannesses in women and bring it out and say, well, this is the reason why I'm divorcing her. But as we have read, to live, you must do all. So you can't apply parts of this to the woman that you marry and not all. You won't apply all because you're not under the covenant of the law. But we are reading about the law according to history that Yahweh gave to the Israelites, and that Yahweh set up in the beginning. Thus it tells us again in the first verse, when a man hath taken a wife and married her, and it come to pass that she find no favor in his eyes, because he hath found some uncleanness in her. Then let him write her a bill of divorcement, and give it in her hand, and send her out of his house. And when she is departed out of his house, she may go and be another man's wife. She shouldn't be the bearer of bad news. She shouldn't be called a whore among Israel, none of those things, because that is not the situation. That situation is found in the 22nd chapter, the 21st verse. But here you find that she is sent out of his house, and when she is departed out of his house, she may go and be another man's wife. And if the latter husband hate her, and write her a bill of divorcement, and give it in her hand, and send her out of his house, or if the latter husband die, which took her to be his wife, her former husband, which sent her away, may not take her again to be his wife, after that she is defiled, for that is an abomination before Yahweh. And thou shalt not cause the land to sin, which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee for an inheritance. And please take note, as we read in Deuteronomy 5, that all these things was to be done in the land that you possess, even this marriage, even these conditions dealing with marriage, has nothing to do with you being in your enemy's land, but it has everything to do being in the land that Yahweh give you to inherit. The last verse is the 5th verse, and it reads, when a man hath taken a new wife, he shall not go out to war, neither shall he be charged with any business, but he shall be free at home 1 year, and that has never happened in this land of captivity, and shall cheer up his wife which he have taken. It was one more place I wanted to bring forth dealing with marriage, and I can't recall it off the top of my head. I can recall what it says. It's dealing with how a man is to take care of the child, or set the child that is hated first over the child that is beloved. Sorry, my recollection is not serving me right, or it's popping me in my top of my head. But if I can find it, I'll come back to it, or somebody can read it at the end of the presentation during the comments and questionings. But that was the other one I wanted to bring forth. Yes, it's right there in the 21st chapter. We got it. So we'll go ahead and read that before we go to the next topic or the next chapters. It tells us in Deuteronomy 21, if we all turn there, please. And I'll start at the 10th verse. For this is law, and it contains the laws of marriage. And it tells us in the 10th verse of the 21st chapter of Deuteronomy, when thou goes forth to war against thy enemies, and Yahweh thy Elohim have delivered them into thy hands, and thou hast taken them captive, and seest among the captives a beautiful woman, and has a desire into her, that thou wouldest have her to thy wife. Then thou shalt bring her home to thy house, and she shall shave her head and par her nails, and she shall put the raiment of her captivity from off her, and shall remain in thy house, and bewail her father and her mother a full month. And after that thou shalt go, and for there's a time and season for everything under the sun. Please take note of all that Yahweh has said. It says, and after that thou shalt go in into her, even though she's your wife at this time, but you still have not had sex with her. So sex did not make her your wife. She was your wife before you had sex. Thus it reads again in the 13th verse, and she shall put the raiment of her captivity from off her, and shall remain in thy house, and bewail her father and her mother a full month. And after that month is done, thou shalt go into her, have sex with her, consummate the marriage with her, and be her husband, and she shall be thy wife. And it shall be, if thou have no delight in her, then thou shalt let her go whether she will, but thou shalt not sell her at all for money. Thou shalt not make merchandise of her. Why not? Because thou hast humbled her. If a man have two wives, one beloved and another hated, and they have borne him children, both the beloved and the hated, and if the firstborn son be hers that was hated, then it shall be, when he make his sons to inherit that which he have, that he may not make the son of the beloved firstborn before the son of the hated, which is indeed the firstborn. But he shall acknowledge the son of the hated for the firstborn, by giving him a double portion of all that he hath. For he is the beginning of his strength. The right of the firstborn is his. And there's one more place I want to go before I get into the writings. I got two more places I think I want to go. The first one is found in Exodus 21, I think it is. And it tells us according to the statutes and the judgments. And this is where you find the statutes and the judgments, many of them that Yahweh speak about throughout the book. Exodus 21, where I would like to pick up at the 8th verse, and I'll read to the 11th verse. And it reads, if she please, I'll start at the 7th. If a man sell his daughter to be a maid servant, she shall not go out as the men servant do. If she please not her master, who have betrothed her to himself, who have engaged her to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed. To sell her into a strange nation, he shall have no power. Why? At first it said, because he hath humbled her. Here it says, seeing he hath dealt deceitfully with her. The 9th verse reads, and if he had betrothed her into his son, engaged her to his son, he shall deal with her after the manner of daughters. If he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall not diminish. And if he do not these three unto her, then shall she go out free without money. This is the laws or the statutes and judgments that Yahweh have given the children of Israel dealing with the institution of marriage that he have created in the beginning. And it also tells us in the book of Malachi, if we turn there, please. Let me make sure I don't want to go to Leviticus 20 first, but let's open up to the book of Malachi, the 2nd chapter. And as we go to Malachi, the 2nd chapter, I will state this, which is found in Leviticus 20 and 10. And what we find in Leviticus 20 and 10, please write it down. As we go to the book of Malachi, it tells us in Leviticus 20 and 10, and the man that commit adultery with another man's wife, even he that commit adultery with his neighbor's wife, the adulterer and adulteress shall surely be put to death. And that is the voice of your Creator, the statutes and judgments and laws that Yahweh gave the children of Israel, who he had chosen. These are the statutes that were made known to them in the wilderness. It also tells us, let me see one more place before we go to Malachi. In that place, which will follow up with what we just read in Leviticus 20, let's go to Numbers 5. Let's go to Numbers 5 right quick before we go to Malachi 2. Because we find in Numbers 5, dealing with what we just read in Leviticus, the 20th chapter, the 10th verse, dealing with adultery. We find in Numbers, the 5th chapter, the 11th verse, these words. Numbers, the 5th chapter, the 11th verse, and then we will close dealing with the subject matter of marriage with Malachi 2. Right now, we should find ourselves in Numbers, the 5th chapter. And it tells us in Numbers, the 5th chapter, as it told us in Leviticus, the 20th chapter, the 10th verse. And as it told us in Deuteronomy, the 22nd chapter. It tells us again in the book of Numbers, the 5th chapter, 11th verse. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, If any man's wife go aside and commit a trespass against him, and a man lie with her cornerly, and it be hid from the eyes of her husband, and he be kept and be kept closed, and she be defiled, and there be no witness against her, neither she be taken with the matter. And the spirit of jealousy come upon him, and he be jealous of his wife, and she be defiled, or if the spirit of jealousy come into him, and he be jealous of his wife, and she be not defiled. Look what Yahweh said, dealing with this great union of marriage. It says, then shall the man bring his wife into the priest, and he shall bring her offering for her, the 10th part of an ephah of barley meal. He shall pour no oil upon it, nor put frankincense thereon, for it is an offering of jealousy, an offering of memorial, bringing iniquity to remembrance. Ain't that something? And the priest shall bring her near, and set her before Yahweh. And the priest shall take holy water in an earthen vessel, and of the dust that is in the floor of the tabernacle, the priest shall take and put it into the water. And the priest shall set the woman before Yahweh, and uncover the woman's head, and put the offering of memorial in her hands, which is the jealousy offering. And the priest shall have in his hand the bitter water that caused the curse. And the priest shall and the priest shall charge her by an oath, and say unto the woman, if no man have lain with thee, and if thou hast not gone aside to uncleanness with another instead of thy husband, be thou free from this bitter water that causes the curse. But if thou hast gone aside to another instead of thy husband, and if thou be defiled, and some man have lain with thee besides thy husband, then the priest shall charge the woman with an oath of cursing. And the priest shall say unto the woman, Yahweh make thee a curse and an oath among thy people, when Yahweh does make thy thigh to rot, and thy belly to swell. And this water that caused the curse shall go into thy bowels, to make thy belly to swell, and thy thigh to rot. And the woman shall say, Amen, amen. And the priest shall write these curses in a book, and he shall blot them out with the bitter water. And he shall cause the woman to drink the bitter water that caused the curse. And the water that caused the curse shall enter into her and become bitter. Then the priest shall take the jealousy offering out of the woman's hand, and shall wave the offering before Yahweh, and offer it upon the altar. And the priest shall take an handful of the offering, even the memorial thereof, and burn it upon the altar, and afterwards shall cause the woman to drink the water. And when he had made her to drink the water, then it shall come to pass that if she be defiled and have done trespass against her husband, that the water that causes the curse shall enter into her and become bitter, and her belly shall swell, and her thighs shall rot, and the woman shall be a curse among her people. And if the woman be not defiled, but be clean, then she shall be free and shall conceive seed. This is the law of jealousy, when a wife goes aside to another instead of her husband and is defiled, or when the spirit of jealousy come upon him, and he be jealous over his wife, and shall set the woman before Yahweh, and the priest shall execute upon her all this law, every word. Then shall the man be guiltless from iniquity, and this woman shall bear her iniquity. In closing, dealing with marriage, let us go to Malachi 2. And those are a lot of words dealing with marriage. And to live therein, you have to be under every word. And today we find ourselves in many relationships, and none of them truly denote what we have read thus far. And the only reason why they have not is because we are not under the covenant of life. We're not under the statutes of life today. We're not in our own kingdom. We're not being ruled today by the voice of Yahweh, but instead by the voice of the enemy. And a lot of these things that we have read that denote righteousness and that denote doing well, where the enemy paid them no mind. But if we were truly under the law, in our case today, making a distinction between us being under the law and us not being. If we were truly under the law, every one of these words would apply. There would be no more men stealing the good figs from the Father's house and marrying them and forsaking them and bringing up bad names on them. That would no longer be in our community, among our gates. But with us not being in our own land and with us not governing ourselves with the voice of Yahweh, we find ourselves living the opposite. So none of us are truly married under the voice of Yahweh as it is written. We are hoping to return. And in our return, we hope that Yahweh makes the crooked things straight. Thus, it tells us in the book of Malachi, in the 2nd chapter, if we pick up at the 10th verse. Malachi, the 2nd chapter, the 10th verse. And it reads, have we not all one Father? Have not one Elohim created us? Why do we deal treacherously, every one or every man, against his brother, by profaning the covenant of our fathers? Yehuda have dealt treacherously, and an abomination is committed in Israel and in Jerusalem, for Yehuda had profaned the holiness of Yahweh, which he loved, and have married the daughter of a strange God. Yahweh will cut off the man that does this, the master and the scholar, out of the tabernacle of Jacob, and him that offer an offering unto Yahweh of hosts. And this have ye done again, covering the altar of Yahweh with tears and weeping and with crying out, insomuch that he regard not the offering anymore, or receive it with good will at your hands. Yet ye say, wherefore? Because Yahweh hath been witness between thee and the wife of thy youth, against whom thou hast dealt treacherously. Yet is she thy companion and the wife of thy covenant? And did not he make one? Yet had he the residue of the Spirit. And wherefore one? It reads, that he might seek a Elohimly seed. Therefore, Israel, take heed of your spirit, rule your spirit, and let none deal treacherously against the wife of his youth. So those are the voice. That is the voice of Yahweh. dealing with marriage from the beginning to the end. And the last subject matter that I will pick up in the law according to history is the law of tithes. And it tells us, if we go back to Genesis, the 28th chapter, the beginning, and we will find out as we read what transpired in history. But in the beginning, in Genesis, the 28th chapter, it tells us, if we pick up at the 10th verse, Genesis 28, pick up at the 10th verse. Matter of fact, I'll stay on the point and we'll pick up at the 18th verse and read to the 22nd verse concerning tithes. And it reads, "And Jacob rose up early in the morning and took the stone that he had put for his pullers and set it up for a puller and poured oil upon top of it. And he called the name of that place Bethel. But the name of that city was called Luz at the first. And Jacob vowed a vow, saying, If Elohim will be with me, and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat, and raiment to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace. Then, for there is a time and season for everything, then shall Yahweh be my Elohim, and this stone which I have set for a pillar shall be Elohim's house, and of all that thou shalt give me, I will surely give the 10th unto thee." These are some of the first words besides what we find in Genesis 14 dealing with Abraham and Melchizedek, but these are some of the first words that we find dealing with tithes of the Israelites. Some of the first words where Yahweh had made Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob known, made Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob known about the tithes. These are some of the first words. And we also find these great words being made known if we turn our scriptures to Leviticus, the 27th chapter. Leviticus, the 27th chapter. And it tells us in Leviticus, the 27th chapter, if we pick up at the 30th verse, and it reads to the 34th verse, "And all the tithe of the land, whether of the seed of the land or of the fruit of the trees, is Yahweh's. It is holy unto Yahweh. And if a man will at all redeem out of his tithes, he shall add thereto the 5th part thereof. And concerning the tithe of the herd or of the flock, even of whatsoever pass under the rod, the 10th shall be holy unto Yahweh. He shall not search whether it be good or bad, neither shall he change it. And if he change it at all, then both it and the change thereof shall be holy. It shall not be redeemed. These are the commandments which Yahweh commanded Moses for the children of Israel in Mount Sinai." And then it allows us to know, according to Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter, if we turn there, please. And it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter, in the 5th verse, it says, but into the place which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose out of all your tribes, to put his name there, even into his inhabitation shall ye seek. And tighter thy shall come, and tighter ye shall bring your burnt offerings, and your sacrifices, and your tithes, and heave offering of your hand, and your vows, and your free will offerings, and the firstlings of your herd, and of your flock. And there ye shall eat before Yahweh your Elohim, and ye shall rejoice in all that ye put your hand into, ye and your household, wherein Yahweh thy Elohim hath blessed thee. Ye shall not do after all the things that we do here this day, every man whatsoever is right in his own eyes, for you are not as yet come to the rest and to the inheritance which Yahweh your Elohim give you. So it allows us to know where these things will be paid, and they will be paid and collected in your inheritance. But when ye go over Jordan and dwell in the land which Yahweh your Elohim give you to inherit, and when he give you rest from all your enemies round about, so that ye dwell safely. And that's another great example to prove that you're not to be paying tithes in the enemy's land, because the Almighty did not want Israel to pay tithes until he brought them into his land. That's why you can't find tithes being paid in the wilderness. Tithes was to be paid in your land. Tithes was to be paid when you were safe and war and the enemy around about thee, from when it says, and when he give you rest from all your enemies. That's when one was to pay tithes around about you, so that ye dwell in safety. That's when one was supposed to pay tithes, and you was dwelling in safety in your own country, in the land that you inherit. It tells us in the 11th verse, then, for there is a time and place for everything under the sun, then there shall be a place which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. Tighter shall ye bring all that I command you. And if you forget, it reads, your burnt offerings, and your sacrifices, your tithes, and the heave offering of your hands, and all your choice vows which ye vowed unto Yahweh. Ye shall rejoice before Yahweh your Elohim, ye and your sons, and your daughters, and your men servant, and your maid servant, and the Levite that is within your gates, for as much as he have no part nor inheritance with you. Take heed to thyself, that thou offer not thy burnt offerings, nor your tithes in every place that thou seest, but in the place which Yahweh shall choose, in one of thy tribes, there thou shalt offer thy burnt offerings, and there thou shalt do all that I command thee. It also tells us in the 14th chapter of Deuteronomy. If we go there, please. And closing up on the last subject matter, which is tithes, it tells us in the 14th chapter of Deuteronomy. If we pick up at the 22nd verse, this is the voice that the Israelite heard dealing with the statutes of life in the wilderness once they were free from Egypt. And it reads, thou shalt truly tithe all the increase of thy seed, that the field bring forth year by year. And thou shalt eat before Yahweh thy Elohim in the place which he shall choose, to place his name there, dealing with the first year tithes. The tithe of thy corn, of thy wine, of thy
all and the firstling of thy herd and of thy flock, that thou mayest learn. This is how you learn to fear Yahweh, by doing every word in the place that he chose. It says that thou mayest learn to fear Yahweh thy Elohim always. And if the way be too long for thee, so that thou art not able to carry it, or if the place be too far from thee, which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose. Please take note, just like you're supposed to take notice of who he chose out of all the people. Well, he's choosing this place out of all the land, or out of all the earth. It says, which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose to set his name there, when Yahweh thy Elohim has blessed thee. Then shalt thou turn it into money, and bind up the money in thy hand, and shall go into the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose, not according to your own understanding, or not the place that you choose, but the place that Yahweh Elohim shall choose. And thou shalt bestow that money for whatsoever thy soul lusts after, for oxen, or for sheep, or for wine, or for strong drink, or for whatsoever thy soul desire. And thou shalt eat there before Yahweh thy Elohim, and thou shalt rejoice, thou and thy household. And the Levite that is within thy gates, thou shalt not forsake him, for he have no part nor inheritance with thee. The 28th verse allows us to know the third year tithe. It says, at the end of 3 years, thou shalt bring forth all the tithe of thy increase the same year, and thou shalt lay it up within thy gates. And the Levite, because he have no part nor inheritance with thee, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow, which are within thy gates, shall come and eat and be satisfied, that Yahweh thy Elohim may bless thee in all the work of thy hand which thou doest. It also tells us, if we take a look back in the book of Malachi, the 3rd chapter. Malachi, the 3rd chapter. Continuing and closing on the words that Yahweh spoke to man, and the man that he chose out of the seed of Seth, Shem, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the children of Israel. He tells them, dealing with the tithes, and it tells us in the book of Malachi, which is a book that denotes 100 to 200 years after the Israelites came out of Babylon, the second Exodus. And it told them, according to these words, in the 3rd chapter, if we pick up at the 7th verse, I'll pick up at the 6th, and read to the 12th. And it reads, for I am Yahweh, I change not. Therefore ye sons of Jacob are not consumed. Even from the day of your fathers you are gone away from my ordinances, and have not kept them. Return unto me. Return to what you just read in Deuteronomy 12, Deuteronomy 14. It says, return unto me, and I will return unto you, said Yahweh of hosts. But ye said, wherein shall we return? Will a man rob Elohim? Yes, they will. Yet ye have robbed me. But ye say, wherein have we robbed thee? And the Almighty tells us again, in tithes and offerings. Ye are cursed with a curse, and that's what happens when you do not well. ye are cursed with a curse, for ye have robbed me, even this whole nation. Bring ye all the tithes into the storehouse, that there may be meat in my house. And test me now herewith, said Yahweh of hosts, if I will not open you the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing, that there shall not be room enough to receive it. And I will rebuke the devourer for your sake, and he shall not destroy the fruit of your ground, neither shall your vine cast her fruit before the time in the field, said Yahweh of hosts. And all nations, no, it's not talking about wherever you at, because the other nations going to speak based on where you at. And all nations shall call you blessed, for ye shall be a delightsome land, said Yahweh of hosts. And after these times, or should I say it, a little before these times, I got one more place I want to go to, and that place is found in the book of Nehemiah. We're closed on this topic in the book of Nehemiah. And it tells us by word of testimony, by words of the prophets in Nehemiah, the 10th chapter. If we all turn there, please. And it allows us to know, according to the 37th verse and the 38th verse, that Yahweh changes not, that time was only paid in the promised land according to the increase that Yahweh blessed them with. Thus it tells us in the 37th verse, and that we should bring the first fruits of our dough and our offerings, and the fruit of all manner of trees, of wine and of oil, and to the priests, to the chambers of the house of our Elohim, and the tithes of our ground, and to the Levites, that the same Levites might have the tithes in all the cities of our tillage. The 38th verse, and the priest, the son of Aaron, shall be with the Levites when the Levites take tithes, and the Levites shall bring up the tithes of the tithes into the children, or into the house of our Elohim, to the chambers and to the treasure house. So here it allows us to know, once Israel came back from Babylon, they knew these things was to be commanded and done in the land. It also tells us in the 13th chapter of Nehemiah, according to the 10th to the 12th verse, it reads, and I perceived that the portion of the Levites had not been given, for the Levite and the singers that did the work were fleed every one to his field. Then contend I with the rulers, and said, why is the house of Elohim forsaken? And I gathered them together and set them in their place. Then brought all Yehudah the tithes of the corn and the new wine and the oil into the treasuries. So it allows us to know that they went ahead and did what was right. Let me continue reading. It says, and I made treasures over the treasures, Shemaliah the priest, and Zadok the scribe, and of the Levites, Pedadiah, and next to them was Hannah, the son of Zechar, and the son of Mattaniah, for they were counted faithful, and their office was to distribute unto their brethren. Remember me, O my Elohim, concerning this, and wipe not out my good deeds that I have done for the house of my Elohim and for the offices thereof. In those days saw I in Yehudah some trimming wine presses on the Sabbath, and bringing in sheaves and laden asses, as also wine, grapes and figs, and all manner of burden, which they brought into Jerusalem on the Sabbath day, which we know that should not been done based on Yahweh making known the Sabbath unto our fathers, and I testified against them in the day wherein they sold victuals. Therefore there dwelt men of Tyre also therein, which brought fish and all manner of ware, and sold on the Sabbath unto the children of Yehuda in Jerusalem. So I just wanted to continue reading that because it dealt with the Sabbath day, and we read about the Sabbath day. Then I contend with the nobles of Yehuda and said unto them, what evil thing is this that ye do and profane the Sabbath day? I think I have one more place I want to go to end the time. Let's try 2 Chronicles. Yeah, we're going to end on 2 Chronicles 31. And it tells us in 2 Chronicles 31, this will also be the end of the presentation, where I want to read Psalms 78 in closing of the presentation, 1 through 12. But this will be the last chapter that we'll go to dealing with tithes. And it tells us in 2 Chronicles 31, if we pick up at the 9th verse. And it reads, Then Hezekiah questioned with the priests and the Levites concerning the heaps. And Azariah, the chief priest of the house of Zadok, answered him and said, Since the people began to bring the offerings into the house of Yahweh, we have had enough to eat and have left plenty, for Yahweh hath blessed his people, and that which is left is this great store. Then Hezekiah commanded to prepare chambers in the house of Yahweh, and they prepared them, and brought in the offerings and the tithes and the dedicated things faithfully, over which Conaniah the Levite was ruler, and Shimei his brother was the next. And Yahiel and Azariah and Nahath and Asher and Jeremiah and Josbad and Eliel and Ishmahiah and Matna and Benaniah was overseers under the hand of Conaniah and Shimei his brother at the commandment of Hezekiah the king and Azariah the ruler of the house of Elohim. So it just shows that they brought according to the command, and they had more than enough. They had things left over to where they was able to eat of the old store and store the new, as we find in the law in Leviticus, the 26th chapter. And it's just a testimony that when the tithes are paid as commanded, the blessings of Yahweh is upon the people, and they always had more than enough because they did that which was right, and they were truly accepted. When they did that which was wrong, as we all know, sin lieth at the door. In closing, let us go to Psalms 78. And it tells us in closing, in Psalm 78, we're going to read the first the first 12 verses in closing of this presentation. Again, it was just a review of the law according to history that we find in our Holy Scripture from the beginning to the end. And we picked several main topics, which was the law, the Sabbath, marriage, and the tithes. Thus, in closing, it tells us in Psalm 78, the very first verse, "Give ear, O my people, to my law. Incline your ears to the word of my mouth. I will open my mouth in parable. I will utter dark sayings of old, which we have heard and known, and our fathers have told us." And we just read many of them. "We will not hide them from their children, showing to the generation to come." The exact same thing, because Yahweh changes not. It says showing to the generation to come the praises of Yahweh and his strength and his wonderful works that he have done. For he established a testimony in Jacob and appointed a law in Israel, which he commanded our fathers, that they should make them known to their children, that the generation to come might know them, even the children which should be born, who should arise and declare them to their children, that they might set, please take note, their hope in Elohim, and not forget the works of Elohim, but keep his commandments, and might not be as their fathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation, a generation that set not their heart aright, and whose spirit was not steadfast with Elohim. The children of Ephraim, being armed and carrying bows, turned back in the day of battle. They kept not the covenant of Elohim, and refused to walk in his law, and forgot his works and his wonders that he has shown them. Marvelous things, and I will close on this verse. It says, marvelous things did he in the sight of their fathers, in the land of Egypt, in the field of Zon. We're going to open up for comments and questions on this presentation we just did, called The Law According to the History, Time, and Place. Is there any comments or questions? I try to leave a little more time than normal. That way, if there's any comments one would like to make dealing with situations during the week or something that you have came up with or thought of, please do so. So we're going to open up. Any comments or questions dealing with the presentation, The Law According to History? Is there any comments or questions? Is there any comments or questions?
Shalom, this is Brother Yamin out of Cincinnati, Ohio. Well, I just want to say beautiful presentation. All praise to the Most High. And it's just great that the scriptures are so consistent. You know what I'm saying? Just from the beginning all the way to the end. The consistency of the scriptures is what always captivates me. You know what I'm saying? So all praise to the Most High that you was able to point out those consistencies.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And that's very wisely spoken, and it's also true. The scriptures is consistent in all that Yahweh said. It's just our understanding is not consistent. For some reason, we believe that we can do what is written the best we can, even though you see the consistency that's found in the book, dealing with the law and the voice of Yahweh. But our brothers and sisters, for some reason, don't understand the consistency that they see, and they wind up leaning on their own imagination and tries to do what Yahweh said their own way. But that's a great statement, brother. Very wisely spoken. Is there any other comments or questions?
Shalom, this is Sister Danya.
Shalom, sister.
How are you today?
Just great, thank you.
Praise Yah. I was on Twitter today, and a brother told me that I was arrogant to think that I could confirm all. It's just baffling that our people just won't hear the words of Yah. They don't want to read. They just want to be right in their own eyes. He told me that he don't believe in a land, that we have a specific land. He believes that we're on a land. And I'm like, the scriptures say that Israel was given a land of Canaan. That's our land forever. We on punishment. We serve a punishment in another man's land. And I said, I'm just confirming what is written. I'm going by what it says. He said, you are arrogant to even think that you can confirm all. I'm like, I can only confirm what's written. I can't add to that. You're adding to that. So it's a privilege to hear the words and to hear all that Yah has said and not add and not take away.
Hallelujah. And that's exactly what the young man was trying to do when he was telling you that you're arrogant to think that you can confirm every word. He wanted to add. He wanted to take away. Thus, he tried to accuse you of being arrogant. But you wasn't being arrogant. He didn't know the difference between arrogant and courageous. You was being courageous, and he didn't know the difference. But the reason why he even bring that up is because they still want to add. See, you're taking away from what they add. You're taking away from what they try to diminish when you confirm every word. That's the only reason that brother would even come and speak in that matter instead of saying hallelujah. He should have praised Yahweh. Instead, he attacked the message. But great comments, sister, and sound like a great conversation that you was having with your brothers and sisters on Twitter.
I'm inviting them to the call, so I know that a sister joined today, but I'm hoping that more will join.
Absolutely. Hallelujah. Is there any other comments or questions? Great comments. And we try to touch on several subjects. I kind of put this together kind of quick. I was just basically going on what I was hearing during the week. And I wanted to speak on a few of those subjects to clear it up. As my sister just said, confirming what she found written. And that's what I did today based on the rumors and all that I done heard all week and people speaking the Bible out the side of their neck. I thought it would be a good idea to just, as my sister said, confirm what is written again, even though it's there and they see it. But they don't want to believe it.
Oh, wow.
Is there any other comments or questions? And these are some major concerns, subjects of concern: marriage, tithes, the Sabbath, and the law. And the majority of our people are lost on all four subjects. And it's in the book. We got the privilege to go in that book to find it. And many of us won't even turn to the chapter and verse, but we readily would tell you what we think. And we kept banging the day off. So even though we kind of stayed on four subjects, again, the law, Sabbath, marriage, and tithes, but we were speaking about all that came out of the voice of Yahweh. All is what give you longevity. All is what give you life. All is what allow one to know if thou done well or not. And we should want to confirm all. But it's hard to say that you this and that if you confirm all. So many people don't confirm all. I'm trying to put a presentation together now with some of the information which I have known for many years, but some of it's surfacing about our remembrance. Who is actually Israel today? I looked at a couple documentaries that have been surfacing for years, and they wasn't new. And when you look at these documentations and these programs that they get out now, they got everybody under the sun as Israel except us. Many of those documentations are taking you throughout the world, trying to match these names with the names in Genesis 10 and all that, trying their best to show us where the 10 tribes is or 12 tribes is. And I noticed out of all of them, none of them ever point to us. I didn't see not one of them was saying, well, maybe the niggers in America could be one of the tribes. They ain't even go in America. They ain't even point us out. The only black people that I can recall them pointing out was the Ethiopians that was called the Philoshes. And those are people that was actually kicked out of the land, that was scattered. So the only so-called black people that I've seen them presenting as one of the tribes of Israel was Ethiopia, the Philoshes. Everybody else was of another people. And none of them looked like us. None of them was even compared to us. Mm-hmm. And I didn't hear one time that they said maybe the black people in America could be one of those tribes. I didn't hear not one commentators say that.
Elder, if you could also do another lesson on will we be judged or will the heathen be judged? Because that was what the conversation was about. He thinks that we're going to be judged with the rest of the nation. And I said, we already been judged. And that kind of what sparked the conversation. So if you do, then maybe I can invite the brother so he can hear it from a brother.
Yes, I can, and it shouldn't make no difference that it's coming from a brother, but I know exactly what you mean. But yes, I can, and that is a great conversation, and it's a great a wonder of many of us today, because many people have been taught, especially coming by way of Christianity, that we are being judged today. And we did a presentation called, what was that called? I think it was either Why Cries of Our Affliction or What is Our Iniquity Today. I think that's what it is. What is our iniquity today? And that shows that according to the Bible, as you confirmed to the brother earlier, you're just confirming what's written. So when you confirm what's written, it actually tells us who's being punished. It actually tells us who's being judged. It even tells us what the judgment will be. That's why we got the curses and all that. So today, when we try to apply ourselves, how can we, like we talked about Leviticus 26, how can we be those people? How can we be, or why would we be the people that was told to confess our sins if we're not under the covenant of the law? The Almighty tell us the sins of our fathers, and all of them was under the covenant of the law. I haven't seen the sins of our fathers that was not under the covenant of the law. I haven't found that yet. I haven't found that in the entire book of our Holy Scripture. The sins of our fathers that was not under the covenant of the law. I have not found that yet. All the sins and judgments was based on what our fathers did not do under the covenant of the law. And another good one to point out to them is, who sins was judged in Egypt? That's another good one. Because it showed when the Almighty came and got the children of Israel, once he heard their cry and came and got the children of Israel, they were not judged, nor were they punished. But it shows the judgment of Egypt. It shows the punishment of Egypt, and it shows the great redemption and salvation of Israel. But no, they were not judged. When the Almighty came and got the children of Israel out of Babylon, if you're dealing with Ezra, the 6th and 7th chapter, you will find they were not judged. They were set free to go home and serve their Creator. This man was created and was spoken about over 200 years before he was born, to be created on the earth to set Israel free to go back home to serve their Creator. Well, in that time, when was Israel judged? As you stated earlier in your conversation, they were judged before. They were judged in the land. They was accused in the land. They was judged in the land. And part of their judgment was scattering, so they wind up scattered in the enemy's land. We were judged in our land where we did the crime.
Hallelujah.
We're not going to be judged in an enemy's land under their law. But we do have a slight judgment. It's not the type of judgment you're talking about, but it's a rendering of how Yahweh looked upon the people. And that's dealing with the good figs and the bad figs. So it allows us to know, once we were judged, the Almighty labeled the people as good figs and bad figs. Well, what did the bad figs represent? Those that would not accept their punishment. Those that would not accept the judgment. And what was the good figs denoting? Those that bowed down to their new master, which was Nebuchadnezzar. So there's a difference. And in that difference, it allows us to know that we was not judged in the enemy's land, but in our land. But we was judged in a sense of how we accepted our punishment. And we were judged by either being labeled bad figs or good figs. Great comment, sister, and I definitely will bring up a presentation dealing with that matter real soon.
Yeah.
Is there any other comments or questions? Great comments, great questions. Is there any more?
This is Brother Eliakim. Hey, Brother Shemuel. I got
Shalom.
your message.
Shalom, my brother.
Shalom. Thank you. I appreciate it. I just want to say I'm really grateful for the presentation you gave today. We needed that to be called to remembrance while we're in this land, and I appreciate that. And scattered abroad in other lands. And there's one thing I want to bring up to you and to everybody, is that I was looking for it. I was hoping I could say it, but I know we're getting there, getting ready to cut it off. So, but there is a scripture, because I had found it. I meant to bring it up to since you asked that question. Were there any other comments to the sister? I think it was Deborah or Deborah or something like that. When
Sister
Dinah, when the brother told her, well, he not Israel and this ain't our land, or whatever he was saying. But what I want to bring up is remembrance to all that Yahweh said, also by letting us know that there could be Egyptians among us who look like us. There could also be Assyrians among us that look like us, because there is a scripture, and you might know it right off the top of your head. I was trying to find it because I had saved it for this purpose, is that he calls Egypt his people at that time. Assyria, the work of his hands, and Israel, his inheritance. So at some point, and they're going to all be in that land. So these are all dark peoples. So, I just thought I would throw that out there. Now, that last statement I made may be debatable. You know what I mean? When I say dark peoples, I just mean of Israel. Because we got light skin, super light skin, we got yellow, we got all tones, dark, and in between. So I just thought I would throw that out there. I don't know if it makes much sense to anybody what I'm saying, but me and my little world, it kind of makes sense to bring it up. So I just wanted to say that. And thank you. Hallelujah. Appreciate the presentation today.
Hallelujah. And I appreciate your wise comment. And it do make sense. It's written. We just got to make sense of what's written. So it definitely makes sense. It's written. And a lot of times what we forgetting is how the earth was replenished. The earth was replenished with 3 sons of Noah. Noah is the chosen seed. Those 3 sons denotes the chosen seed. Out of those chosen seeds, one was chosen out of all the other. And that's what we try to show a little bit on today, starting from Seth to Shem to Abraham. Well, before you go any further with Abraham, what was the other people? Was they not your brother? It says, even dealing with Cain, that he should be a servant to thy brothers. So all of us are brothers. It's just a chosen brother out of all of them, just like the 12 tribes. And we was dealing with Joseph. They all brothers. But there was one chosen out of all of them to do a certain act, and he was envied against his other brothers. Well, it's the same way when we're dealing with Ham. Shem. Ham is, I think his seed is Mizraim and them, Egypt and all them. So we all brothers. It's just that Yahweh chose a seed out of all these brothers and cousins and all that. We all related. It was just a seed chosen with Yahweh will to, I guess, for the rest of the brothers to emulate. And if we think about the end days, what is the Almighty saying? He said the whole earth will be covered with the knowledge of Elohim as the waters cover the sea. Now, why would the whole earth be? That way all of men will be back in order, be back on track, be back like the seed that he have chosen. So, yeah, you can find where it says Ethiopia will serve, where it says Egypt will serve. It also in Zechariah 14, it let you know, not by name, but it let you know that all the nations going to serve us in what Yahweh said. And if they don't, they will die, or they won't have no rain, or whatever the plague is. But the point I'm trying to bring is, it's bigger than us. We try to find ourselves because our remembrance has ceased, and because we living out the curse. But it's bigger than us. Everything is around us. We are the one that Yahweh blessed. He that bless you shall be blessed. He that curse you shall be cursed. It's bigger than us, but it's all dealing with us. And the rest of the people is our brothers, our cousins, and things like that.
And may I say one more thing on top of that or behind that real quick?
Sure.
Is that all right? Okay.
Sure.
I was reading the book of Samuel, 1 Samuel, and where David's wife, Micah, was trying to protect him, told him to, and let him down out the window. And it says that she made an image and put it in his bed. And so when her father Saul had sent his men to go get him and bring the bed to him so he could slay him, she told him he was sick. And what I paid attention to is how the current day translation used to say that she used something that made his hair like goat hair. And I have a friend, associate friend, he happens to be Caucasian, and he was telling me that proved that it had to be a white man because he had goat-like hair. I told him, I said, brother, it's dark people with hair like that too. You know what I'm saying? You could, I said, you must be forgetting about the people over in India. You know what I mean? Even the people down in Indonesia and Bermuda and Guam before they went over there. And, you know what I'm saying? And so anyway, I just thought I would bring that up as a side comment.
But that's a good side comment, and that's something that I kind of want to attack. I mean, not today, nor with you bringing it up, but with the documentaries I done seen. Those same people that you talking about is the people that they call Israel, and none of them look like us.
Nope.
And they show they naming these people because of what they call the Bible map. You know how the map shows where the Israelites and them supposed to went from the time they left they land. Well, from that time they left their land, everybody is of another people. None of them. Like I said, the only black people that I've really seen, and half of them wasn't that black looking, was the Ethiopians.
Right.
What a lot of people fail to remember is that we, in this curse, is under assimilation and evaporation. We have assimilated into many people and cultures, and in that assimilation, our true remembrance has evaporated. So just like you were saying, and in me seeing these different documentations, they got these people assimilated into the Israelite culture. They showing letters, they showing customs and sacrifices and things that the Israelites supposed to have been doing. They showing they doing it. Exactly. Even though we have classes every week telling people where everything was supposed to be done. They in China, they in Russia, they in Afghanistan, they in all these places supposed to be the children of Israel. And don't forget, they supposed to be looking for the lost 10 tribes. So if these people lost, how is they still under the covenant of the law? If these people lost and scattered, how are they under the covenant of the law? And many of those people that they were showing in these documentaries, what law they was truly under is called Judaism. And that is a conversion of what Yahweh said. That's more like the Jews or the Talmud or something like that, giving you a way of doing what is written in the Bible. So they're not actually doing what's written in the Bible, nor are they the actual people.
And absolutely, and they've been going around promoting it. Once they found out about the Limba and the DYA or DNA or whatever they call it, they started going around all over the world with missionaries converting people to Jews. And then shortly after that, what I noticed was that they started promoting these documentaries that say the lost tribes are everywhere. This is nothing but a ploy and a trick. And that's because, and I noticed they got one big problem. I just found it, but I just ran across it, but I'm trying to find it. And what I saw on YouTube was a documentary that from the 86,000 or the 60,000 or the 50,000 or however many rabbis flew all the way from Israel to come here to protest against Kyrie's statement. They had under there the reason why the Jew must not allow blacks to say they're Israelites. That's what I saw under the title, something along those lines. So I'm doing my due diligence in trying to find that one, and because I really want to hear what they got to say.
Right. Well, go ahead and do your due diligence, and if you find out something interesting, let me know, because many of those things has been said for years, and I relate it to what is written in the scripture. The remembrance of us shall cease. if the remembrance of us to cease, what is a good way of ceasing? How about putting that memory or that name on somebody else? How about somebody else living out that name? Won't that make your remembrance cease real quick? Won't you think what was talking about you is talking about them? And that's what the Jew man do today. That's why we say the Jew man stole our identity. He ain't stole nothing. It was given. Your remembrance have ceased. So to keep your remembrance ceased, the things that supposed to remember or relate to you is on other people. Don't even look nothing like you. Don't even live in the geographical location or nothing. But those words are placed on other people to make your remembrance to cease.
Exactly. And they fear yours, but they happy to say everybody else. They don't want you to wake up. And that's the real reason why.
Yes, sir. And they will hurry up and say, that's what I said earlier. They'll hurry up and say they Israel, but ain't nobody said we Israel. I looked at many of those documentaries. Nobody saying we Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And we are closer to what is written for the curses and all that than any people on the face of the earth. We actually talking about a 400 years right now. Ain't nobody closer than us dealing with these curses and all that. But media, the people that's revealing the information, refuse to tell you that you are Israel. They refuse.
Occasionally, and some of them are coming out and saying it out of conscience. The same thing that you're saying. Some of them, even some of the so-called Jews is against what the mainstream is about. You know, they ostracize them. They get mad at them. You know what I mean? And you know different people that wrote books that are Jews who point to us. You know what I mean? So to the Negro in America. Hitler said it. The king of Egypt said it. I mean, there's so many, and then there's so many other scholars who have written documentation, who have gone back and researched records and found that many of the people that they came over here was beaten to get them to change their names, not to say their name. They wanted them to take these new names. They was beating them. Sort of somewhat like, I guess, what people saw in the Roots movie, even though that was fantasy. But there was some truth in it. And they did not want you holding on to your name. They had a good reason, if you remember, you know. But these were names that they had when they left Europe. Like I tell people, they don't want to tell you this, but we were up in Europe. And one of the reasons why I would say we were up in Europe is because of many of those so-called, not Jews, but they called us Jews later. This was how they took over our identity, because it was really Israelites, Hebrews, and they were identified because they worshiped Yahweh, or they worshiped the Creator, the one and only living God of Abraham. And many of those Polish and French people and Spanish were converting to this black communities. And see, people don't want to admit it. They're trying to erase the whole black history over in Europe before 1300. And the reason why is, but they can't do it really 100% because we know that Hannibal was all up in there with those black soldiers. And that white folks, they got documented, the white folks asking Hannibal to do stuff for them, which made the Roman army jealous. So there's a lot of little documentation that little in bits and pieces that kind of, play kind of a little bit into this whole scenario. So I don't want to take up the whole day take up the rest of the minutes, but I thank you for allowing me to say that, and I hope it benefits everybody. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. But it do, in a sense. It's a way of them keeping us limbo. They can hurry up and show us the Shantis. They can show us, other great black warriors, but they wasn't Israel. Every black man is not Israel. So they can use those truths of history, like Hannibal and all them, and that's to divert us. That's not keeping us on the right track of us trying to find Israel. But they use those things to divert us and knock us off the track. But we still got to remember what's written. The remembrance of us should cease. And with us speaking, as we speaking today, it's 2022. It's a proof that our remembrance has ceased.
Absolutely.
Truly, and many of them, I want to say this too. Some of them people fought and spoke against Judaism. They said they wasn't no Judaism. They wasn't no Jew. They would call themselves the lost tribes of Israel. Or, as you said, some of them call themselves just Hebrews. Some of them call themselves followers of, I think they call themselves Norites or maybe Mosesites or something like that, to where they was following what was written in the scriptures. But they was denouncing Judaism. They said they was not Judaism. They, because they know that that's a Johnny come lately. That is not found in the scriptures, nor was none of the tribes called that.
Absolutely. Praise Yahweh.
So it's a lot. It's a lot being said and done to keep our remembrance cease. It's a lot being said and done every day.
Yes, indeed. And that's where the waking up comes in. That you sent me the text message about Hosea, the book of Hosea, where I was talking about waking up after 3 days. And He's going to wake us up after 3 days. But 2 days we were going to be asleep. And he began to wake us up in the second day. Now, I equated that, and I could be wrong, but this was just my personal equation. I equated that to 1,000 years in man's time equal to a day of the Creator's time. I don't know if that's accurate. I don't know what anybody has to say about that.
Not accurate with Isaiah 6. Not accurate Isaiah 6. It is accurate based on the Psalms and things like that, but not dealing with Hosea 6, which you was actually speaking from.
Okay. That had more to do with a specific thing happening within 350 years or something like that, right?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
And that was, Hosea is known as the first of the major prophets. So out of all the prophets that you got dealing with the 12 minor prophets, Hosea is the first one. So you just think about what Hosea said all the way through the rest of the prophets that lived after him. And those things didn't come to pass as we were seeing it, like one day represent 1,000 years, another day represent 1,000 years, and then the third year they would be saved. What Cephas and I said, based on the statement you made, was that you made a statement like some of us will wake up and the people will wake up at different times. So we was
not all of the
we was asking where was that at, and you couldn't recall Hosea 6 off the top of your head. So that's why I sent you Hosea 6. Wanted you to look at it and make sure you didn't see what you stated, where we wouldn't all wake up at the same time. Some of us here and some of us there. That Hosea 6 don't say that, and that's what we was really talking about.
And I saw where you sent it, and it's been a lot going on, so I plan on jumping in. As a matter of fact, when we're done tonight, I'm jumping into it. I'm about to run out of here to the store in a minute, so go right ahead. I'm going to be listening.
All right, my brother, and thanks for your comment, wisely spoken, and look that over, and once you look it over, just let me know what you find.
Will do, and thank you. Shalom, everybody. Shalom.
Shalom, bro.
Is there any other comments or questions before we close?
Yeah, I just have a quick one. That was a great class. And I wanted to tell the brother, as far as the goats, for him to type in goats with locks, with dreadlocks. Mm-hmm. So all goats can have stringy hair.
And I'm glad you said that, sister, because it slept my mind when he was talking. I wanted to bring up what did we read about Esau and Jacob, Ain't that what Rebecca told Esau to put on? What Rebecca told Jacob to put on him?
Uh-huh.
She told him to put some goat hair on his hands and around the smoothness of his neck. That way, when your father touch you there, he gonna automatically think you Esau. So we already had that type of hair. We already had that type of hair.
Mhm. Yep. Hallelujah.
Yes.
Are you
basically
seeing fine hair? It's all curly. You could type it in and see the pictures of the different types of hair goats have. Nappy looking. Some of them have dreadlocks. Curly looking.
And it's just like today. It's just like today. All of our hair ain't what they call good. And I'm a cosmetologist. What I was taught in cosmetology is that the nappiest hair is the best. That's what I was taught.
It is.
That's what I was taught in cosmetology school.
It is.
And I did that almost 30 years ago, and I remember that.
It is. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Doesn't the scripture say something about the hair drying? That one of the curses was our hair would dry up.
Dry up?
Yeah, or become dry.
I can't recall it.
Okay.
That don't mean it's not there. I just can't recall.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Is there any other comments? And great comments, sister. Like I said, I slept. I meant to bring that back up, but it slept my mind. I'm glad you did bring it up. Just because it's gold hair or the texture of a gold hair don't mean it's talking about no white person.
Right.
Hallelujah.
And that's a shame when we could talk about a whole chapter and we'll get to one sentence and we'll relate that one sentence to somebody else. Now, it was black all the way through the chapter. You get to one sentence and then you're going to relate that to a white person. That don't make sense.
It's ridiculous. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is there any other comments or questions? And if y'all have anything, I know a lot of time we only have so much time at the presentation, but if during the weeks and if it's something that you would like for your brother to teach on or bring up, inbox me, text me, and let me know, or call me, and let me know. And then I have time to, put these things together. Because what I'm thinking about all the time is not what y'all thinking about all the time. What I might want to speak on is not what y'all might want me to speak on. So help me out by letting me know, what your conscience and your spirit telling you, and then we can spring these things out. Because it might not just help you, it might help the people among you or around you. So if you have any lessons or subject matters that you would like for your brother to touch on, or be able to talk about together, then text me or call me and let me know. And we'll put it together.
Hallelujah. We'll do.
Hallelujah.
Thank you. Hallelujah.
If there's not any other comments or questions, we'll go ahead and end the presentation with Psalms 92. I'd like to thank the Almighty once again for allowing the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart be acceptable in His sight, our strength and our Redeemer. And I would like to thank the listening audience once again for lending the ear that you may hear and fear Yahweh and depart from evil. We will close the presentation with Psalms 92. And it tells us in Psalms 92, it is a good thing to give thanks unto Yahweh and to sing praises into thy name, O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night. Upon instruments of 10 strings, and upon the pastry, upon the harp, with a solemn sound. For thy, Yahweh, has made me glad
through thy works. We will trample in the works of thy hands. Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knows not, neither does a fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thy, Yahweh, art most high forevermore. For lo, thy enemy, O Yahweh, for lo, thy enemy shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But our horn shall thou exalt like the horn of a unicorn. We shall be anointed with fresh oil. Our eyes also shall see our desire on our enemies, and our eyes, our ears shall hear our desire of the wicked that rise up against us. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh shall flourish in the courts of our Elohim. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that Yahweh is upright. He is our rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. Hallelujah, hallelujah, and shalom, Israel.
Hallelujah. Allow Yahweh. Shalom, family.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
It's the same.